said?
I did good last year.
Nice.
First part of this year I ain't done good. This account is very, leveraged. It's got a lot of triple leverage ETFs.
Miss McGriff said she's running a little late today, you said? So yeah, if you want to. Otherwise, we got everyone.
She's gonna be here.
A little late. She said she'll be a little late.
We'll go start.
Right, yeah, I'd say, yeah. So we know that.
Have any citizens' comments? I don't think so. You'll get that.
You want to check? I don't think so.
Then when Sherry gets here, we'll get started. I'm gonna do that in the next few months. I got to. I've been walking.
You're doing your walk?
But I don't eat good. right there, Mickey D's. Not good. We ready? This is y'all ready? Mr. Marstall, you ready?
Thank you.
I'd like to call this meeting of the Lancaster County Council Committee of the Whole to order today, and look out here, and we do appreciate all that y'all do for our great county. We've got wonderful employees and elected officials, and we're just so fortunate around here to have the staff and the governor officials that we do. Y'all all do a great job. We wish we could give you twice what you asked for, but it just we don't have an unlimited checkbook. And with that, would you please rise and join Councilmember Larry Honeycutt as he leads us in our Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Gracious God, for all the things you have given us, we're very thankful. We pray for the people of Ukraine today, Lord. They are being murdered and slaughtered by a madman. Help them, Lord, as best you can. And we'll hope that nothing like that comes to this great country. We thank you, Lord, again for all blessings of life. Amen.
Amen. Let's move down to our approval of our agenda. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Have a motion for Mr. Carr, second for Mr. Mosteller. All in favor, raise your right hand. We have unanimous approval. We have no citizens' comments today, so we will move right into our discussion and action items. Mr. Marstall?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. Today's our second budget workshop, so excited to have a conversation today about our budget plan going forward. As we talked about the first one, I want to make sure, with this being my first budget, the council members and department heads kind of here, I view these workshops as the opportunity for us as the leadership of the county to talk about some of the priorities and goals going forward, some of the things that I'm thinking about as I put together the recommended budget that will come before council at the end of April. And so at our last meeting, I wanted to highlight for council that we've kind of broken these up. The first one, we talked a little bit about personnel. This one, we're talking about departmental requests, operating, and capital. And we'll talk a little bit more in our third one about operating and dig down some more on some of the recommendations I see bringing forward. So as a reminder, at our first meeting, we talked about compensation and classification. We talked about the $12 an hour kind of minimum wage for what we would pay for the county. That's something I want to include in the budget. I've said all along, one of my priorities, both to staff and to the council, is doing some implementation of the compensation classification system, and we kind of went through that cost implication at our last budget session. And so today we're hearing firsthand from department directors about their requests. So this is their request. They've not been filtered. I've not gone through and made any recommendations yet based upon them. You will hear in their request today some of their personnel needs, operating needs, as well as their capital requests. And so I do want to thank all the department directors and their staff for their budget submittals, the thought that they put into this, the time that they've given to their budget. They have all met with our budget staff, and I've met with just about every department to hear their requests firsthand, like you will hear today as well. And so this is a new process. You'll see today what you have in front of you is a PowerPoint. Every department has been confined to concise 2 pages for their presentation, so you'll have kind of the standard information as you go forward, so you can kind of get the high-level presentation from the departments. As you go through these requests and you hear from departments, you may be surprised to know that some are asking for less money. You will also hear some the same as last year, or some are asking for more. But I said everyone needs to request what they think they need. Also, you'll see that they're just requests. Again, I've not evaluated them to go through and lead up to my budget recommendation in April. But as you'll hear, we talked about early on about what are the impacts of growth. And so you'll see through some of these budget presentations, we tried to highlight that for you, and you'll hear firsthand from each department about some of the impacts of growth on their operating budgets and their capital budgets. But also we had a conversation the other day where you'll see in some of the presentations today from some of the department heads where they've identified different comparison cities, towns, counties, or services or departments. And so you'll see some of that apples to apples comparison, I think, about some of their services and where we might be providing the same level of service to give you a context of what they're asking for. Also, you'll see some of these folks are going to talk about some of the funding priorities that were funded last year. They want to do a continuation of this year's budget to continue the plan that they've already been on. And then we're going to end the conversation today talking about the capital improvement program. We will talk about vehicles and fleet, sheriff, but also across the entire organization, and talk about those needs. And then at the end, we're going to talk a little bit about some things I want to kind of start foreshadowing with you, some things I'm focused on with the budget development process, things such as funding for a strategic plan going forward, some of the organizational chart changes I'm looking at, as well as talking about the priority for compensation adjustment going forward. So I'll ask Ms. Kim Belk to come forward, and she will go through a little bit of introduction for our budget presentations today from department directors. But on the next slide, I wanted to highlight before I turn over to Ms. Belk, is really as I look at this again, talking about budget goals. I had said last time that I see, and I've communicated this with department directors in meetings about the budget document is a prioritization document, it's a communications document, and it's also a spending plan. But really, it is an opportunity to highlight efficient, effective services. You'll hear that throughout the presentations from department directors today. We certainly want to focus on how we're maximizing taxpayer support for our operations. We'll talk a little bit about how we can maybe market and do our communication structure a little bit differently. And then even you'll learn some things about our vehicle program, where we are passing down vehicles from one operation to another operation to try to maximize that. You'll even see a unique thing maybe from the coroner's office where EMS passes stretchers on to the coroner's office. So we're trying to maximize our equipment, our use, and our funding. And so you'll hear some of that through the presentation today. You'll also hopefully pick up on some new innovation and technology needs today. One item in there is about a text 911 system that we may move to, depend upon some funding for that. But also I really want you to hear, as you listen to the presentations today, a lot about our investment in the future. Again, thinking about growth, but I think you'll hear from our department directors how they're being forward-thinking, trying to get ahead of some service delivery issue, but really how can we use technology or think about a service delivery different. So I think that's important for you to communicate to constituents as we go forward and put this budget together. These are some of the things that I'm thinking about as I work towards our budget recommendation. I also want to highlight, I think it's important to say in our budget goals, is how do we promote professionalism and customer service. I think customer service is key. We oftentimes don't have a lot of widgets that we make, but the customer service that we deliver is important. That's one of our key services. And so, how do we do that? I think we want to have appropriately compensated employees. We want to have good benefits, certainly good office environment or facilities for our employees, good equipment for them to utilize to do their jobs, and also have professional development and training opportunities. All those will be factored as I think about the budget goals going forward. And then again, what other priorities or issues that you identify today and in our future conversations. So I just really kind of tee that up for you kind of as I'm thinking about the budget approach and development. And so now I'll turn it over to Ms. Belk to tee up the rest of the presentation today.
Mr. Chair, members of council, it's showing up on the slide, up on the TVs now. We did prepare sort of, what we're looking at is how does growth impact us across all levels of service. So we tried to kind of create a not too detailed of a flow chart of maybe some of the workload that can create, and hopefully you'll also see that echoed in the slides as we did ask everyone to present along with their budget request some growth impact information. I know y'all did receive some of that data, I believe it was back in December, from Mr. Marstall. And hopefully you'll see how those budget requests are tying into how this overall impact is affecting these departments and their operations. So you can see, hopefully, if you look down each step of this, pre-development, development, and maintenance of development in terms of the flow of growth, where each department that you'll hear from today may fit into that and where the impact is. Now, this is an extremely linear sort of graphic. I know it can go every direction. A department may be on the front end and on the back end and in the middle. Everybody has a different, everyone has a different purpose to play in the whole process. But again, we're just trying to connect the dots between how growth has impacted our services here. As just stated, everyone has been limited to 2 slides. And we're going to start and go division by division. There's a schedule that they're aware of, and I believe the chairman has it. And hopefully we'll be able to stick to that schedule today, but we'll see how it goes. So with that, I will turn it over to risk management, if Ryan will.
Yeah, we want to try to keep this moving. If you don't use all your time, you won't hurt our feelings. So.
And before we start, I did tell the department directors that they are free to leave after their presentation.
Yeah,
If you have some questions
don't have to
afterwards,
stay.
we'll get it back to you.
How you doing?
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Ryan Whitaker. You must know me, the risk manager for the county. My department overview, I'm an employee, the only employee with the risk management department. The current budget is $116,685. What we're asking for our goals for our department is to maintain a strong return to work program, which allows us to cut our costs dealing with workers' comp costs by up to 70% in most cases. So we've continued to build upon that. We also want to improve and maintain a 1.0 modifier, which is kind of like the benchmark for your workers' comp, and we have maintained a 1.0 or less for the last 5+ years. So we want to continue to do that as well. We're working on the safety committee. So safety committee is the committee that will grow and develop out into the departments, so the departments are more involved with what we're doing as a whole versus individuals within the safety department, safety committee. So looking at our gross data, we're averaging about 45 to 55 workers' comp claims a year. The average annual cost is $354,208. Again, with the workers' comp cost, if you have a surgery, that's probably about $40,000 to $45,000. At the end of that cost, if they are given an impairment rating by the physician, it could be anywhere from 2 to 5 to 10 to 15 to 20 or more %. They're also entitled to compensation by state law for that too. So if you have surgery with a high compensation rate, one claim could cost you $70,000, $80,000. It just depends on the ratings and so forth, the type of injury, etc. As far as our P&L claims go, averages about $469,898 on annual cost. We're averaging about 35 to 40 with that. Obviously, with P&L costs, what we're seeing now is an increase due to materials, labor going up, and things like that. So what would be a $1,800 deer hit now costs you $3,500 to $3,800 based on cost and so forth. So that just gives you an idea of our averages over the last 3 to 5 years. What we're doing in the budget, we are just requesting the $15,000 special projects, which is used for, we use that to, there's a online database that we use so every employee can see the hazardous chemicals that we have in the workplace. That way it's more accessible to them. Again, that's part of the technology thing that Dennis mentioned earlier, as far as getting the resources out to the employees to allow them to access the information as needed. So if an OSHA adjuster walks on site to any department, they can go to a link that's sent out and ask questions or whatnot with the OSHA inspector. The $12,200 of that $15,000 is basically for your PPE. This is, you guys, everybody knows we have to provide that per OSHA standards. That's anything from gloves to hard hats to safety vests to things of that nature. A lot of the things that we purchase is going to be your safety glasses and your vest. I had a request for some vests yesterday. Department called me, I reached out, went ahead and put the order in, and they'll be here probably this afternoon or tomorrow for the department.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. See, that was easy.
Are we not allowed to ask any questions?
All right.
Are we not going to ask any questions? Are we going to?
Ask questions.
I had a couple of questions.
Okay.
They're not hard questions, and they won't take you long to answer.
We have a handheld mic we can let these folks use.
We actually don't.
Hello?
Is that thing working?
I think so.
We can find one. We may have one over here. Is it working?
Talk into it. Get close to it, Ryan. As close
Some
as
of us
you can.
don't hear as good as we used to, and I want to hear everything everybody says.
All right. One of the questions was the workman's comp. Is that related to certain departments, or can you say anything about that?
In terms of, it's basically every department that's a county department we cover.
Yeah, I know, but are the claims related to one department in particular more than another?
You typically have, obviously your 24-hour departments, your EMS sheriff's office, that's typically going to be your higher number of claims for those departments. Obviously, anytime they step into duty, so to speak, there's a potential for a claim. And that's typically what you see. Usually if you have a good year, if one of the larger departments are not having injuries, I guess you could say, you can kind of feel like you're going to have a good year based on that. Now, you'll have some other injuries that come up, and we had a couple the other day that, you know, if they go through and they have a torn meniscus or whatnot, once the tapes or the MRIs show that, there's not a whole lot we can do other than have to prepare for the employees.
Okay. And the other question I had is this, your $15,000, is that a recurring cost?
That has been recurring every year that, at least since I've been department head.
All right, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Let me ask you a question, please.
Yes, sir.
How many, do you keep up with the total number of first aid cases, doctor visits? Do you keep up with all that?
Yes, sir.
What is the major cause for doctor visits?
Well, we've been able to, we utilize nurse practitioners as much as we can, so there's no cost for that. An normal office visit, you know, usually Rob can handle most of those. He can order the x-rays and the MRI. Typically, we try to go to Palmetto to keep the cost down. The x-ray through Palmetto is probably about $300, $350. Now, if you go into the emergency room, that's going to be, you know, used to be, it was about $1,500 to $2,000 just to sign in to be seen. So, you know, office visits are not really that expensive. And if you keep the employee working on light duty, you're only going to pay about 30% of that cost. So if a claim's, I don't know, $5,000 and they're still working, so they're getting a normal paycheck, so comp's not paying them, the costs are reduced by about 70% on average. But to your surgeries, I mean, they're looking at 40 grand easy right off the bat, because then you got physical therapy. Usually they go to MRIs. Sometimes the MRIs are not a good scan, so then they may have to go back for a second MRI or something like that as needed.
Council member, were you asking kind of maybe what was the leading cause of an accident, or?
Well, I'm mainly interested in what kind of accidents. You know, accidents are something that wasn't supposed to happen in the first place. That's an accident.
That's right.
But what kind of accidents are we having? Is it fingers, hands, feet, knees, back?
Lately, it's usually knees. We had a knee yesterday. Knee and shoulder is typically what we see from larger departments. Now, usually smaller departments, slip and falls, things like that. And obviously, like with EMS, they go to a house. Sometimes the housing conditions aren't ideal. Porches aren't in good condition, maybe not as much lighting and so forth as needed. So they may get stumbled up trying to transport a patient out of the house or something like that. But it's mostly shoulders with lifting, and it depends. Sometimes it's have had a previous surgery, so they've had some issues with the shoulder or back. But it's not typically back, it's usually shoulders and knees right now.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay, we right on time, 1 minute behind.
Right.
That's his fault. That's Larry's fault. That's not mine.
Yeah.
We gotta answer these questions, get our questions answered regardless of staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. The Human Resource Department has had four employees for the past several years. We have 2 HR professionals. We have a payroll administrator and a public relations coordinator. Of course, the more people in the county, the more staff we need across the county to have our services completed. And the more staff that comes, the more people that HR interacts with. You can see there our new hires and our terminations for the past 3 years. We interact with all of course, every new hire that comes in, as well as all of our current employees daily. We have different needs and different things going on each day with all of these employees. As far as what we're requesting this year, an HR specialist. For fiscal year 2023, we're requesting a human resource specialist to accommodate the county administrator's focus on enhanced workforce retention and recruitment efforts, as well as initiatives to implement related HR efforts around new employee onboarding, supervisor training, staff development, and performance evaluations. NeoGov, some of that is recurring. We have the first component of NeoGov, Insight, that does all of our applications online. That's helped us tremendously. It helps us, and I talked a little bit about that at the last meeting. We're building on our application system to include onboarding to further automate our new hire process. Onboarding takes the information from Insight and it creates a new hire package. And it sends checklists, and it can be specialized for each department as far as who they're hiring, and they'll see all this. The new hires will see all this up front. Onboarding will also house an employee portal eventually that has forms and videos and insurance information, policies, and things like that all employees can access at any time. TextMyGov is designed to open the lines of communication with local government and citizens. It's 24 hours a day and easily connects to our website and other communication methods that we have. It allows citizens to text questions and get immediate responses and find links to information on our website. We've spent a lot of money on our website, and this would just help the citizens utilize it even more. It addresses problems, reports issues, and they can upload photos of issues that they're wanting to make a complaint about. It also serves as our communication tool for our employees to inform them of inclement weather and issues like that, as well as upcoming events. So it's something that we can use in both directions. And it just uses keywords to link the citizens to the right area. For example, if somebody just texted that there was a pothole on Linwood Drive, then the smart technology can either answer a question or it sends a link back to them from our website or gets in touch with the department. So something we would have to add a lot of information to, but it will be really informative for the citizens as well as the employees.
And council members, I'll highlight on every departmental request where you see a new employee position, that amount includes benefits. So it's the salary plus benefits listed on there for every department. Thank you, Lisa.
I have a question. You've got terminations shown here. Is that people that are actually terminated, not people that have left to go somewhere else?
It's both. It's voluntary and involuntary terminations.
Okay, and you've got new hires processed. Is that a lot of part-time people?
This includes the part-time people, yes, sir.
The public relations officer, I thought we were talking about moving that somewhere else. Is that correct?
That's correct, and at the end of the workshop today, I've got a flow chart for the new communications and marketing function I'm looking to create. So it'd be taking the PR position currently housed in HR and put it within a new division of communications and marketing.
But it's currently in her budget.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. And so part of the rationale for her human resources specialist is one, the HR or the PIO that's been in her department has helped with some of that work, but really ramping up a lot of things that I want to do around employee engagement and development would require another specialist to take on some of those duties. We'll talk about that more at the end of the budget when I outline some of the other staffing and organizational chart adjustments I want to make.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Now we got procurement.
Kathy McDaniel was not able to be here, our procurement director, so I'll just reference that she is a department of 3, and y'all can see the information at the bottom of her slide, which gives you some insight into their workload. If y'all have any specific questions about that data, I can get with her and get y'all answers about it. There is an error on the slide which shows an increase in operating. That was for software costs associated with that evaluation tool that council applied as part of the ARPA funding. We actually included the first year's funding in her ARPA allocation, so that will not need to come out of the general fund next year. So that needs to be removed, so there's no requests for this department.
Pcard spending looks like it's significantly increased over the years. What is that exactly?
Right, the purchasing card program. I believe we did update the policy maybe in there concerning that spending, but I want to say that was 18, 19. Maybe we raised the threshold, but I'm not sure off the top of my head.
That program is the procurement or credit card that different employees are assigned based upon their role in the organization to do purchases.
Are all
I got one, but I don't use it.
Are all the P cards, all that's audited every?
Procurement, one of their functions is to do that, and then also a little review by finance, but procurement oversees the Pcard program.
Thank you.
All right. GIS. Exciting.
I am. Good afternoon. Very quickly, the GIS department is, we're moving along. We're having to come, I feel, from a long way back and getting the GIS in a functional mode where it's accurate, you can depend upon it, and you can go forward with it. Currently, we're going through a review of Q Public, which is, you're familiar with Q Public, does the assessors. Well, I've enhanced it, working with Brad, working with the Schneider Corporation, to enhance it to show the rest of the GIS in the same portal, in the same map. You all have logins, and you'll go in. So what you see now on Q Public, when you log in, you'll see this much. And that includes aerial photography for multiple years, contours, working with the utility companies to show their utilities. We're still working on that. I do have their utility data. But the overall growth as far as GIS is concerned is coming slow but sure. What's being built is being built well, and I think in the long run will be good. For this year, for the budget, I'm going to keep it at 1 full-time employee, me, and I think through 1 more year. Next year, we'll be getting some more people in. And focus this year basically on getting the Q Public application running. Because once I put that out there, you're going to say, I wonder if it does this. And so that's going to be a full-time job for all of next year. And I don't need any other staff to come in to train them. I can handle a lot of that in myself. So in here for the personnel, it's just me, capital, 0. The operating cost, see if I get this right. Hot dog, there you go. I didn't, I went the other way. There we go. My supervisor and I, when we were talking about the future of GIS for right now, with the growth of Lancaster County heading down from the Panhandle at a pretty good rate, what we needed to provide, we thought, was aerial photography. And so people can make better decisions based on more current aerial photography. The little graph I have on the bottom shows that we will have, that's the plan for aerial photography every year except for 2025, and we can figure something out to do at that point there. The state aerial flight 2023 item in there, that's a consortium set up by the state fiscal affairs office, and it goes through each state in South Carolina and collects a minimal fee. I think it's like $2,500 for the aerial for their county. With that, there's 6-inch photos, which if you've ever looked like at a web map and you're squinting your eyes because it's way too fuzzy, that's what they're providing, is that. That's the 6-inch. And see, that's pretty descriptive. And well, what we want to do is add the 3-inch, which like, there it is, you know. And so that's where the cost comes up to $60,668, and that would be flown this winter. And then the pictometry flight 2024, that is $7,715. Last year, money was transferred from the tax assessor's office to the GIS budget in the amount of $60,000. Well, it really is $67,715. So that $7,000 is just getting it up to what the payment really is. And this is the third payment of 3. And then that contract will be done. That's it as far as the budget. I'm trying to keep the GIS department very lean, very mean running, you know. The ARPA has really helped in getting the servers for the GIS, because I said we have a computer that was put in 2012 and it's full and the drive's broken, and it's just, you know, the ARPA has helped us greatly in keeping things very low in cost. So, sum it up, what we're looking at getting from the budget this year is to provide money for the aerial photography.
Do you do any work with drones?
I have not. I have been around drones, worked with Catawba Regional and Rob Jackson and worked with him. City of Rock Hill, worked with them. I'd have to get my pilot's license to be able to operate that. And that's a good challenge. I'd be able to do that, but yeah, that's something we can definitely look into.
Your current year budget spending is $83,100.
Correct.
You're requesting 151 plus the 68 plus the 7, so it's going to 236. That's a pretty significant increase in the operating budget.
Okay, I'm going from 187 to 216.
Yeah, he's going to 216.
Yeah, I was looking at the operating. Well, what I not understand here, on this table it shows 83,100 and it goes to requested as 151.
That's the total of that, these two right here.
Okay, I'm confused with the table, but Mr. Mosteller has explained it
Yeah,
to me.
that's that flight, the $60,000 for that.
Okay.
All right.
That's it. Cool, thank you.
Recreation.
Now, my presentation may be a little bit longer than some of these others. We've got a lot of ask. I want to thank you all for being here today and giving us the opportunity to come before you with our budget needs. We've come a long way in 33 years, operating out of the old Clemson Extension office with 4 full-time employees, no facilities whatsoever. Now we've got 4 rec centers. We've got the nice facility out at Buford Rec. We've done renovations to our pool. We've got Walnut Creek, and we are in the midst of getting ready to open $19 million worth of facilities that the rec bond project gave us, and I appreciate y'all's support on that. With that, we don't want to be set up to fail, and over the past 3 years, we have been talking about needing more people, and we've asked for people. We've got some, and we appreciate what we've got, but our guys are drowning as it is. The workload, the grind, the working nights, weekends, we just can't ask our current staff to work like they are and adding this amount of facilities. So we've got a lot of ask. These new facilities are going to be state of the art, and they're going to have to be taken care of. And like I said, we don't want to be set up to fail. We want to set up to let the public enjoy them and have them open and ready for use. As you all remember, back in 2015, our per capita was at 1932. The state average was 49.53, and high quality facilities was at around $73. This year, if we get everything we asked for, we'll be at around $36 per capita, which is still below the 49.52 in 2015. There is one mistake, I think, Kim, that I found on the slide where it said that if all requests were funded, it would bring our per capita to 5078. I think that's because we took out the $1 million ARPA funding for the parking lot. So that's why that 36 is less than the 50, if you understand where I'm coming at there. We're at an all-time high for participants. This year alone, and we're not even to our summer season where our summer day camps start and some of our camps and things, we've had 3,724 participants. The data per capita for other agencies is up there in our charts. These are some agencies that are similar to ours. Sumter County has a population just above Lancaster County, and they're a little bit higher per capita, but all their facilities are mainly confined, even though it's a county department, they're confined to mainly around the city. People come to the city of Sumter where all their facilities are at. We're spread out from one end of the county to the other, which makes it a little bit harder. Also, Kershaw, they're similar in size to us. Their per capita is still higher. They've got 2,100 participants. They do not offer summer day camp. After school programs. They do offer summer day camp, but they limit it to 100 kids. We have way more kids in our summer day camp than 100 kids. So that's those are why those numbers are like they are there. One thing under the personnel, and it was kind of confusing to me when I first saw the chart because we kind of wanted it to go a different way, but this is the way it came out. Our current year under personnel, we're at $1,925,000 and some change, and it says requested 2,907,178. We're not requesting. I don't think we're requesting 2,900,000. That our request would bring us to 2,900,000 is what from where we're at currently to that. And I think that might be where you got confused a while ago on your question.
Yeah, I got a little confused.
Again, we're going to be taking over on 20 more acres of land with these two new soccer complexes. We're doubling the size of the Indian Land Rec Center, and staffing is going to be our main priority. If you'll move on to our next slide. These are our asks. Most of these asks are due to these new facilities. Athletic program supervisor, we're asking for 2 of those, and the cost of that includes all of their equipment they'll need, vehicles, all that. That's why the amount looks higher than what it's not just salary, it's all of that stuff. One of these would be stationed at Indian Land. We have over half our population up there right now, and we've got to get people up there. We've already got one there that we've moved, and we need to move a second up there. Our athletic park superintendent, This would be someone that is in charge of all of our rentals, our concessions, coordinating everything, because once we open up the Indian Land Rec Center and the Harrisburg Athletic Complex, we're going to get rentals, believe me. And we're going to have somebody there coordinating it. We can't have 3 or 4 different hands in the pot. We got to have somebody that's doing that. It's going to be a lot to do. We've asked that our 2 recreation supervisors, one at Springdale and one at Indian Land, their job title and pay grade be reclassified. Right now, they're just right at minimum wage or a little bit higher. They do a lot. They make our facilities go. They're the first people that someone sees when they walk in. They handle rentals. They handle the public. They get people to the right places. They schedule people to work nights, weekends, so they are very important to our operation. The facility coordinator positions, these are people that are going to be working at night and weekends, keeping these new facilities open. He Springs, again, Indian Land Rec Center, and again, Harrisburg. We've got to have some more of these people. These are part-time people in place to be able to operate these things, so full-time people won't be working 6, 7 days a week sometimes. A custodian, if we're going to open a facility at Indian Land Rec and doubling the size, we've got to have a custodian up there. We've got to have a way to keep this place clean. And they would be assigned other duties at some of these other parks in that area too. Recreation program supervisor, what that is would give us an additional person at Indian Land to start working with seniors, to start working with some of our programs with adults, which right now we barely have enough to cover our kids' programs. But this will be somebody that can start working with adults up there, and we think there's going to be a big call for seniors and adults once we get that place open. Crew workers, again, we're adding more parks. You all have given us crew workers. Our goal is to have 3 on every crew. If we get 3 more, we'll have 3 on every crew, and that will make life way easier. We've had people in and out, had some people sick, but our guys have done a great job. They're keeping our parks up. They're doing the best they can, and appreciate them. But if we got those 3 new ones, it would drastically help us with 3 per crew. And if somebody was out, the other person would have somebody to go with them. It's dangerous sometimes to go out on your own doing things. So our operating there's an increase due to inflation. We all know how that's hit us. Everybody's talked about it today. And our capital, our main things, we did have the parking lot at Springdale in there, but it was approved for funding with ARPA the other night, so that was taken out. But this is lighting and fencing at Walnut Creek. We still have 3 fields at Walnut Creek that don't have lights on them. And we have rental lights. I don't know if anybody's been through there and seen it, but we've got lights rented on one of the fields so we can take care of the kids and have a place for them to practice at night. So we desperately need to have those fields lit to take care of that problem. Fencing, it's going to have to come anyway when the capital sales tax pays for those synthetic fields. You have to take care of those things and not you have to control people on and off of those things. And then also the big one was the renovation of the Ems Station next to our facility. It's going to have some outside work done to it to match our new facility there, but we really need that inside renovated, and it will create, last night we heard at council meeting, a place for people to gather and have meetings. We'll have a huge meeting space in there if we're able to do what we need to do there for the public. So, and then our Parks Endowment Fund to start our Parks Foundation. We still would like to do that. A lot of businesses don't want to give us big ticket money unless we have a foundation to put it in. I tried to do the best I could, as quick as I could with all our ask, and I appreciate time. If you've got any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
and please forgive me if I'm asking a question that's already been asked because I was a little late. Hal, are you saying that taking out the capital money, that these items that you went over is included in the requested amount of 2.9?
you're talking about the, yeah, that was taken out, wasn't it, Kim? Yeah, the parking lot was taken out of that.
Was taken out of there, so.
And what I explained, the 2.9 is not asking for 2.9 more, the 1.9 that we're currently at, if we get what we ask for, it'll take us to 2.9.
I'm saying the list that you just went over will take you to 2.9?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I'm asking.
But just in
I'm sorry.
personnel costs.
Just
So
personnel.
It's just personnel.
That's what I said, take out the capital part, just the personnel.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, Hal, I think over the years, you guys have done a wonderful job with what you've had to work with. I've seen you out there with push mowers when the other mowers wouldn't run. I've been to, my great-grandboys' soccer games. Your employees are excellent there. They do a good job. The overall crew does a good job. Now, my next question is, when we gonna dig some dirt up that new facility up there? I got 9
talking about
more
the
months.
regional
I
park?
wanna see some dirt moving before we do that.
We got word from Kathy that we've signed our contract with the design team, so we're gonna start meeting immediately.
We will have
gotta
a
do it before
groundbreaking.
no-
It
yeah.
might have to be out front of this
We
building.
need some dirt somewhere so Larry can dig it.
Before he retires at the end of the year, there will be some kind of,
I understand.
I don't think we could get close to the park right now. When we rode up there,
Yes,
the road doesn't go in front of the park.
There's
yet.
still not a road in on that side yet, but I guess we've signed the contract, so the company that's gonna be doing our design is Wolpert, the same company that did our soccer fields. They're excellent to work with. They talk to us weekly. They keep us busy. They're our right-hand person to make sure things stay on track and where they're supposed to be, so they'll start meeting with us very shortly.
I've asked this question in the past. We have our hospitality fund that's bringing in 150 grand a month or more. We never have taken anything out of that for personnel. Do we have any of these jobs that will qualify, that you could be funded? I know in the future with the big park, part of it will be funded with that, but are we to the point where $5,000 to $10,000 a month or whatever can start funding to, I'm just asking.
We actually did in the past do a partial position out of that, and we had to backtrack on that, so I'll have to double check that with John DeBose to
Okay.
find out exactly if that would be
I was
allowable or
just-
not.
Looking for other options for you to
The capital expenditures, you've got money in there for the renovation of the EMS building. How much is that fund? Do you have it broke out separately, or?
Was it 350, and we took into account for higher pricing.
All right, well, we had a pretty good discussion when we drove by it, and everybody thought it was a big sore thumb that had been hit about 5 times. So whatever we need to do if we're gonna leave it up there, and we gotta dress it up really good. So, that being said. More like tear it down. Yeah.
We've actually had Kelvin had somebody come in and look at it and give us some hard pricing on it. We can have a beautiful meeting facility in there on one side of it, and then we can program the other side of it, so.
Well, I guess we need to see a rendering of what it's going to look like on the outside, because that's the concern to us. We got a beautiful new building coming up, and then we got that setting there. That metal building, it's gotta look good.
Well, and also short-term, we're going to paint that building
they're
as
gonna
part
paint
of the
it.
project.
And do some,
That's not
Short-term,
what I'm
short-term.
thinking about.
I know, short-term. That is scheduled in the existing expansion budget. So doing nothing, that's the minimum we would do, is a lipstick on a pig paint job.
Yeah, the minimum's not
I'm with you.
going to cut it.
So
You can't make it look good. I would much rather you tear it down, but if you got something that you're gonna use it for, because I tell you, next to that beautiful building, it's an eyesore.
And it can be we think it can be a real asset to the community. As you know, there's the library, you know, is gonna start allowing for meetings again and things, but this can really have a good space for meetings.
I think, what size a meeting room we talking about? How many people do you think it'll hold?
What did 100, about 115 people? I think it's
Y'all
115.
really gotta
is
make
what
it?
I
I think that would be great to have another meeting place and, for the public.
Ugly.
Is that it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. On up IT.
I know you guys just absolutely love me. All right. Awesome microphone. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, we are an IT staff of 10. We currently have 7 full-time with 3 open roles. We actually, that's wrong. We just hired a project manager. So we only have 2 spots open now. So our biggest thing we wanted to talk about is the biggest theme here is how over the years have we grown to where we started from and to where we are now, right? So what you guys can see is the more staff we get, the more people that you bring in, the more we have to support them. Those are laptops, those are phones, those are applications that they use. So how that has impacted my group, and in 2016, that's when our ticketing system was put in place. We had 2,000. 2020, which is not up there, we actually had over 4,000 tickets coming in, which that can range from password resets to whatever, right? Our biggest tick is in our phone volume. I don't have enough people to man the phones as is, so when people call in, if you can get us, you're put on hold. So our average wait time is almost 28 minutes to sit on hold to get a tech. So we try to mitigate that. We try to have people submit tickets in through the mail because that's faster that way instead of having to sit and wait on hold. But, you know, and if it's an emergency, I get a text and we try to always push things up. But staffing is definitely a big issue. And when you guys see the next slide, our value, our asset inventory in 2015 was about 145. It's now over 1.4 million. That's the amount of computers and monitors and servers and networking and all that. So anytime we expand, anytime we build, all these buildings you guys are talking about, that's IT has it in there. That's staff you're going to put in there. That's more things we have to cover when we do that. So if you'll click the next slide. So what I'm asking for right here is staffing. I want an in-house staff to replace these remote staffing that we have. The cost is significantly less than what we are currently paying now, and this will put people on site. As of right now, I am the only technical staff member we have on site. So I am your server guy, I am your network guy, I am everything underneath the sun on top of trying to run the group. So what I'm looking for in this coming year is to have a cyber security guy. We get dinged every year on this because we have nobody in-house that can do that. I'm asking for a server admin. I'm asking for their support roles. So technically, right now, we have a network admin, that's me. Hopefully, down the road, because we're still deciding what's going to be done with our group, I've lost my junior. I have no backup. So I'm looking for backups for the server administrator and the networker. The intent is we get these people in 7/1 so that I can bring the support staff in sometime in December, because we're going to need lead time to train and bring people up. The last thing I'm asking for this year is an IT helper. I have a vocational rehab person now that we did a internship with him. He was amazing. I would love to be able to offer him a full-time job. The other part of my operating cost is broken down into 2. It's the training, software, maintenance. Like Hal said, everything has gone up. So all of our software, we're gonna spend more for. A big portion of that is our contracts, our support contracts, and we did about 3 things this year for cybersecurity that we need to continue and fund for this coming. There's 6 IT projects from different departments. I have 1 or 2 in there. It's to standardize our access control and we got like 3 buildings left. One of them is the sheriff's campus, because right now I used to have to carry 3 badges. I've only got to carry 2. So hopefully we can try to get everything under one roof. And the last thing I would like is the continuing of the $220,000 to keep our computers replaced every year.
Why don't you ask for a clerical worker? Why don't you ask for somebody to answer the phone? I was in the building when you guys were upstairs. You weren't here then. There's 3 of them in that room. Their phones were constantly ringing. They couldn't answer it. They were on projects. It seems to me that it would be worthwhile to have clerical help in that department, answer the phone, make notes, call you guys, whatever, rather than guys who are high-tech trying to answer telephone. I'd love to see you get a clerical worker.
That was something we need to upgrade. We need to replace our ticketing system, and I was trying to do what the city does. They actually contract out, so you pay a minimum wage for somebody just to take all of our calls, and they put the ticket in to the staff. So anytime you call, that's an actual warm body on the phone that can log these in.
Should never have to wait 24 minutes to talk to an IT person.
I do agree with that.
I would like to see you have a clerical worker.
I'd like Dennis to comment on this. The whole, we had to sign a contract a couple of years ago because of the situation. And I think there is a plan to completely to upgrade or whatever the IT department, and we're a small department now to take a lot of this stuff in-house. Would you comment?
I will, and I actually have an org chart that I'll share with you towards the end of the day. I mean, you can look at it now either way. So our contract with VC3 is called a VCIO, Chief Information Technology Officer kind of role. Does a lot of our support. That contract is through May 2023. So now, my recommendation, and with Scott's input, is to bring all that function in-house, not continue that contract, not look for a new contract to do these services for us. And so, in order to replace the contract, we will need more in-house staff, as Scott has outlined on here and on that organizational chart. And so, basically, as Scott said, hiring these internal employees will still be less than what we're paying in our contract with VC3. And
so when does the contract end?
May 2023, but we've got to get the staff on board for when that cutoff date starts. And so as Scott said right now, some of the things they are not covering, Scott's a one-man person on this one, so we would like to start advertising on some of this in June, if not sooner. But really to make sure we get the bulk of these starting to come on board. Again, the market's been pretty favorable from some of the positions he's been posted for, so we think we'll do okay recruiting on our own. But if we need some of that lead time to get some of these higher tech positions on board, we want to give ourselves that cushion. But really, in earnest, begin July 1. I'm going to come to you and even say we want to start posting some of these positions before then.
So how much is our contract with these
Several contracts, I think.
One of them is over $400,000.
One of them, how many do we have, and what's the total amount?
It depends on, we have over, 8 or 9 contracts. Depends on servers and...
Yeah, we currently have I'm going to call it the IT staffing contract. We also have a bunch of minor ones, but they do add up because I think, can I say the number? I think it's yearly, it's over 600 and some thousand.
So if we bring the in-house staff, will all of those contracts be eliminated, or just some of them?
There's one of them that we pay $18,000 a year that we cannot, but that's for our data backup, so that would be fine. All the other ones could be phased out, yes, ma'am.
And in the future, with IT, with the administrator and IT department, there's another possibility, I believe, locally, where your local credit union has actually really, Founders has expanded their, I don't know exactly what they do, but they are servicing a lot of, I don't know, outside, I don't know if any government entities or businesses, and that's part of their business plan. I think Mr. Marstall has actually talked to them, and you know, I don't know if that's services that the county will possibly use in the future if they need or not, but that's one more option locally.
And as you, yes, there's the other service providers that we may need to engage as we go down this. As you look at this org chart proposal, the color in orange are existing staff we have on, because Scott said his staff of 10, is we have on payroll now. The yellow ones are the ones that we want to start filling in, but if you see up there near the top is we have a position, Assistant IT Director. That is not on this list right now for this year. That's a position we see growing out later on. So there's still some positions on here that we would not fully fund probably in 2023. But to give you a sense of where we're at with the orange and where we're headed with the yellow, to have a full, robust IT operation with internal staffing is where I'm headed, and that's my recommendation going forward. And we'll talk about that some more, but this is really the implication of that. But again, this is a service where bringing folks in-house can be offset by doing away with some existing contracts.
So that the 3.3 million, Dennis, I'm trying to understand, is that the total request, given all this other things that are going to happen in the transition with the contracts and everything? Is that calculated in that 3.3 million?
I believe so. That does reflect some of the contracts going away, doesn't it? I'm not sure if we'll get back to you. Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand the budget number.
May, you're right, because, yeah, full year, yeah.
Not a full year.
I know, but there'll be some people hired before then. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is that $3.3 million what that number is?
It reflects part of a year, maybe.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
And as far as that goes, like I said, with the staff, that is based on a full year. So let's say 7/1, all 5 of these, which we know is not going to happen, would be here. The intent is to get the 2 major roles, and then the support. And I would like to get the IT helper on, since I'm paying them out of a part-time budget now. But the other ones, the junior roles, would be after December.
I understand that part. I'm a little fuzzy on the transition.
Okay. Well, and part of the transition, because as Scott said, he's had some vacancies now, so there is some room in the personnel in his budget now, so we can start bringing on some people even before July 1. So it's all, yeah.
Thank you. Let's hear about some delinquent taxes.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm Jennifer Page. I'm your delinquent tax collector. My budget encompasses the delinquent tax office, records management, and passport, so I share between 3 entities. I'd like to kind of talk with you about some requests, and I'd also like to offer some ways to pay for them. Okay. Please keep in mind with the delinquent tax office, I'm mandated under Title 12 of South Carolina State taxation law, so everything I do, I have to do. Our goal in the delinquent tax is to collect taxes, not to collect real estate. So what you want is my numbers in the property sold to be low, and you want my numbers that come to me to be low because you want your constituents to pay their taxes on time. That saves them a tremendous amount of money in penalties, fees, and cost. Unfortunately, when that doesn't happen, we try to streamline that so that our communication is effective, so that we can get folks to pay their taxes in a timely manner as to try and save them as much money as possible. So currently, our goal for our redemption rate is around 85%. That's what I'd like to see it. Currently, it's at around 78 to 80%, so I'd like to see it a little bit higher. In the delinquent tax office, we've streamlined some activities that we used to pay for that now I am suggesting that we make a reduction in my operating expenses for my budget. Okay? And the reason that I'm doing this is because I would like to request a promotion within a position in my office for a deputy tax collector. I need some extra assistance with the communications and also with the preparation for our tax sales and things like that, so I think that this would be an effective use of it. I'm proposing to cut my operating budget by $15,000. We do a lot of our abstract work ourselves, our research, because we have the same information as the lawyers do, so that we can do our own research. Of course, if we come into one that is an estate that has a lot of errors that we don't feel that we can handle, we would certainly engage our attorney to help us with that. But for the most part, I believe that we can save some money there. So that's approximately around $8,000 that we can give back. Postage, I feel that we have a little surplus right now because I'm hoping that our numbers don't go up. I don't think they will, but I can't predict the future. I'm proposing another $5,000 cut there. If we promote this position from within my office, there'll be no training because they already understand the law, they understand my office, so there'll be a $1,000 reduction in my training. And also another $1,000 in the supplies because they already have everything they need, so that's a total of $15,000. The position that the $26,208 is the potential depending on the qualified candidate. It would just, that is the total package with benefits as well, and that would be just an adjustment in their present salary. Okay. The next office I'd like to talk to you about is kind of a combination, records management and passporting. Our records management does have some guidelines that they have to follow under the South Carolina archiving. So there are some stipulations that we have to follow when we are processing files, and we house all of the files of the county departments. I have one employee that does all this. They inventory it, they store it, they also retrieve it when it's requested. They also assist the public with that. This office is split up into two sections. One is the archive room, which we keep those forever. You know, Lancaster County is an older county, so we have blueprints and plans and mortgages and things back to when the settlers came. Those have to be kept forever. The other part is what I call our rotation, and they have to, those records have to be kept for a minimum of 5 to 10 years, and then they must be destroyed. So we have a lot of shredding that has to go on. One person cannot do all that. The other entity which I feel would pay for the position that I am requesting, which would be a record specialist 1, would be our passport applications. Currently, we have one full-time accepting agent and we have 2 part-time, and I stress part-time. Myself and one other staff member are certified to accept passports, but that is not what you want me to be downstairs doing. With the passports, we are currently on an appointment-only basis. We have 5 slots per day. 3 years ago, we had a policy that was a walk-in and an appointment only. We roughly took in 2,700 applications in a year. That roughly netted around $60,000 to $65,000 in revenue. We roughly now, with what we have currently, we take in about 23,000, and that's just with the 5 slots. There is a great demand, especially within industry. We have a lot of companies from Charlotte that call us and say, we have employees that need to go overseas. They need their passport. Can I send you 10 or 12 of them? We did some research with the Rock Hill office. They have 3 full-time employed staff. They take in around 78 applications a day. That's around 2,700 a day. That's around $13,600 a week in revenue, and they have 3. I only need 1 more, okay? So I am asking for another person who would, they would be an accepting agent, and they would also be part of the records management team. And I believe from the revenue that we generate with the passports, that will pay for this position.
Jennifer,
I think that's better.
what you're doing now, 5 a day, hiring another person, you would increase more, see more per day?
Oh, absolutely, because what I want to do is make it all day long plus walk-ins. So yes, so we could potentially pull in a whole lot more than what just the little 5 slots. And I realize that COVID kind of dictated that as well, because we did have to close it and narrow it and everything like that. But hopefully we're on the other side of that. And yes, it would open it up tremendously, especially, and it would make it more convenient. Not everybody can come in at 9 o'clock in the morning. You know, if you're working and things, we do have an afternoon slot on Wednesdays. And that's from 1 until 4. But again, you know, people need a lot more access, and I've been just really surprised, but passport just makes travel easier. If you have a passport, you don't have to worry about anything else. If you're getting on a plane, you know, traveling in the country, you have the passport, it makes it so much easier. So a lot more people are getting them.
You know, I had no idea that many people requested passport.
I was surprised too.
Now, do you have to request a passport from the county you live in?
No,
Or it
no, ma'am.
doesn't matter?
We take in approximately 90% of our clientele is from Waxhaw and Charlotte area.
Well, maybe you open an office up in the Panhandle, you would get a lot more.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we would. You're right about that.
I got now all the records. They're all these old deeds and stuff. Are you doing anything to digitalize them, or are they digitalized, or are they paper?
The deeds have been scanned and they are digitalized, but we do have paper copies right now. Now, I don't know how that'll work going forward, but yes, sir, right now they are all digitalized. I mean, there are a paper.
I was just curious.
Anything else?
All right, any questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
I do like it when you when the department head comes up and talks about hiring somebody and figuring out how to generate the income to pay for it. That's the business side of me coming out.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. I'm here representing the assessor's office today. I wanted to kind of go over what we do. Our primary function is to identify and assess the real property in Lancaster County for ad valorem taxes. We have a full-time staff of 14, and what they do is they appraise all real property in the county every 5 years, and in between that, any new construction or properties that sell have to be reappraised. We maintain a property database of over 53,000 properties. We manage and administer several property tax exemptions that the state offers: legal residence, ag use, homeowners associations, those. We have a mapping staff that maintains and updates our GIS parcel layer, and we also, probably most important, is we're here to provide information and help to taxpayers. We have in-person staff to do that in the office, but we've also been pushing our QPublic website. So just about all of our data is available online now. We made a push last year to digitize our records. We're working on, with an ARPA project, we're working on some more of those. We've also tied in with, Mr. Kiley mentioned with GIS, they're going to offer more on the GIS side, and we're also trying to streamline some of our processes so that taxpayers have an easier process to go online and fill out applications and get their data with us. Instead of bouncing around a few different sites on the county, they can just go to ours, find their property, and hopefully most of the data they're looking for is going to be there. We're also partnering with the Register of Deeds office to offer plats and deeds online where they can go on their property. So those are some of the key services that we offer. Now, the way that growth impacts our department is obviously new construction. So every year, we're averaging somewhere around 1,100 new residential properties every year that we've got to identify, go out, measure, appraise, put on the tax books. Along with that, though, comes all the extra tax exemption applications that come in. So all these new residents that are coming in, they're coming to our office looking for their tax exemptions, looking for information on property. It seems like that would be a one-time, I want to kind of stress, it seems like those may be a one-time kind of thing. You know, you put a new house on, you're done with it. Not for the assessor's office. So those things, all of this new construction continues to add up for us. So I put on my slide here that by next reassessment, which our next reassessment year, we just finished one last year, our next reassessment is going to be 2025. By 2025, we're going to have an additional 6,000 properties that have to be reassessed. So the growth that we have just continues to add to our load. We currently have 5 full-time appraisers. So just want to keep that in mind, that just once we put the house on, it's not out of our hands. We maintain data on it. We maintain records of ownership. And then every 5 years, we have to go back and revalue that property. So they continue to add. This year for my budget, though, you can see that it's actually, I'm only asking for 2 things. One's an increase for our Patriot software. That is our, what they call a CAMA system. It's our computer software that maintains all of our records so that we can appraise these properties. That's just an annual service contract increase on that software. The other thing we're asking for is an increase to fund the changes to the Q Public website. We actually signed the contract to do all this stuff last year, but this is just so that it's inside the budget for us. But this funds the enhanced functionality that I mentioned, but it also helps fund the additions from GIS and the other things that they're adding to the website. My overall budget this year, though, is actually dropping. So I'm going to drop from, let's see, how do you go back? Yeah, so it'll drop from the $1.9 million to $1,052,000. The drop is mostly attributed to we're removing the reassessment funding. We don't have a reassessment this year. We don't have all the extra costs associated with that, so that comes out of the budget this year. So, and that's my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Sounds good to me.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good afternoon.
You saved us money, so hey.
And one thing that I haven't heard any complaints from any constituents on reassessment. I guess with everything going way up, the values that were actually presented to the public were less than what their properties are worth.
Yes, sir. This was probably my easiest reassessment. Our values, if you remember, we actually delayed implementation 1 year because of COVID. So our actual date of value was 2019. And so when we sent those new values out in 2021, they're with the market the way it is, there's really no way to have much complaint.
Did you have
might be different.
Oh,
yeah. Did you have any contested ones?
Talking about for appeals?
Yeah.
I think we had, out of 53,000 parcels, we had, I think, 350 appeals, roughly.
Well, you're going to get that percentage anyway.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And most of those, we haven't had any that have gone to the appeals board. So most of them we were able to settle through conferences with taxpayers.
Good.
Thank you. How you doing?
Before I get started, Mr. Graham, I think you had a question. Can you hear me okay? I think you had a question about deeds and those being scanned.
Yes.
We actually did those last year, all deeds back to 1787.
Good, because I know
But we do want to keep the
when I did
originals.
my homestead exemption, they couldn't find the deed to my property for a while. But it's been resolved.
What year was that?
And 1978 is when when my wife and I bought the property.
70, okay. Well, I'm glad they found your deed. So my department, we have a staff of five wonderful five employees. We record and index real estate records. The growth in our area has really affected our department in a positive and negative way. So we have population growth, an increase in real estate values, and lower interest rates. Within the past 2 years, our department has increased the workload by 31% and our revenue by 78%. If you look at the table at the bottom, I'll start with the instrument count. So that's how many documents we process yearly. You can see in 2019, we were right at 20,000 documents. It increased the next year to 23,000 and 26,000 in 2021. Our revenue is made up of recording fees and deed stamps. So an example of a recording fee, we record deeds, plats, mortgages. A deed will cost you $15 to record, a mortgage is $25. Deed stamps are made up, they're $3.70 per thousand. So if you purchased a home for $100,000, which is unheard of this day and time, it will cost you $370 in deed stamps. The county collects deed stamps for the state and county, and each month we have to send the state their portion. And if we get that paid on time, which we always do, we get to retain an additional 3%. That varies from month to month depending on what we collect, but normally that's around about $8,000. And although the state doesn't help record these documents, they get $2.60 of that $3.70 that we collect. And if you look at the bottom, you'll see in 2019 we collected 1.4 in revenue, 1.7 million in 2020, and 2.5 million in 2021. Can you go back one slide? I'm kind of jumping around here, but if you look at the top, that's going to be my current budget. We're right at $400,000, and this year I'm requesting right at $500,000. The top priority for my department is a deputy register of deeds. I reached out to some other counties that are similar in size to us about 2 years ago when we were processing 20,000 documents per year, and now we're at 26,000. So we are understaffed. According to that, we're understaffed by 2 employees. Like I said, we have a staff of 5, and other counties have 7 employees. When I came on board in 2019, I implemented a checks and balances for my department because accuracy is very important in my department. And being understaffed and the increased workload, that increases the potential for mistakes. And an error in my department could lead to a potential lawsuit. And I'll give you an example. Say if my department misindexes a mortgage, we spell the last name wrong, and the abstractor's unable to locate that document, and they report, hey, this property's free and clear, there's no liens on it, and in fact there's a $500,000 mortgage. Their E&O insurance is going to be responsible for that, but in turn, if it's our fault for that mistake, they're going to probably sue the county. So accuracy is very important. The next item on the list is furniture and equipment. That falls under operating. That would be for the deputy ROD. And the third item on the list is a software contract renewal. I just realized that our server is about 12 years old, and they normally have a life expectancy of like 4 to 6 years. So we're in the process of, we'll be signing that contract soon. Do you have any questions for me?
Just want to say thank you for the job that you do and for being accurate so we can get 3% back. I appreciate that.
Try our best.
But if you do get the deputy register of deeds, do you have office space in order to have place this person?
It wouldn't be ideal work conditions, but we could probably squeeze a person in. It'll be very tight.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, who is this coming for? No, I'm just kidding.
It's one of those constitutional offices we had for fun.
First of all, wait, Mr. Graham. You welcome for getting your deeds straightened out.
Good.
That was a misinterpretation. So, but yeah, we got you fixed now. Mr. Chair.
That was not your fault, I can assure
I
you.
know it wasn't.
That was somebody, that had something to do with somebody before you.
I know. Mr. Chairman, council members, and Mr. Marstall, I would like to thank you for all of your support over the past year. I believe that we have put the auditor's office back to where it should be. We have had some bumps in the road, but we have learned from them. We have seen growth in our office each year. Our transactions have grown an average of 3% each year and an increase of 17% since 2015. The manufacturing, fee in lieu, and fee agreements have increased 68% since 2016. We are in desperate need of space for filing our homestead applications. You can see on the chart that our transactions continue to rise each year. These applications cannot be digitized, and we have to secure them because of the personal information on them. We have several file cabinets in our office now for these paper applications, and we have nowhere else to put a file cabinet for any more applications. All of them are just about full. Mr. Marstall has been down there, and we have shown him the need for this filing space. As you are all aware, there was a turnover of 14 employees in 3 years in my department. When you have a turnover with that many people, you have more mistakes. Since I have been auditor, I have lost 1 employee. The staff that I have now are hardworking, dependable, and loyal. Whatever I ask of them, they always come through for me. I feel that they deserve to be compensated for their work that they do on a daily basis for this county. I also feel that if you want to keep good and happy employees, you need to compensate them. I agree with bringing their pay up according to the pay scale studies. I reached out to Lawrence County to compare my office pay with theirs. I have the figures if you would like to see them. I just wanted to share one part of it, that they have 3 part-time clerks in Lawrence County that make more an hour than my 2 full-time clerks. And we wonder why our employees are leaving. I started working for the county in 1989. From day one, I have taken pride in my work. For that reason, when my office is asked to supply numbers to the finance department or school district, I strive for them to be accurate because I know how important those figures are. I also send into South Carolina Department of Revenue the homestead reimbursement and the manufacturer's reimbursement figures. All the taxes that are billed out, vehicles, boats, campers, motorcycles, motorhomes, aircraft, business personal, real estate, manufacturer, fee and lieu, SSRCs, all that comes directly from our office. I feel that we do a wonderful job, and I would like to keep my current staff. So again, I'm asking for your support in at least bringing them up to the minimum. And one other thing that I think that we need to strive for, I think we do need an office, a satellite office up in Indian Land. Mr. Edgar has been speaking with me and Ms. Helms about a building up there. And I've told him that yes, that we would be very interested in going up to the Indian Land area. It may not be but once a month or twice a month, but it would be something. So, if y'all have any questions.
Why'd you choose Lawrence County?
I listen to YouTube.
I was just curious if you cherry picked the county to
I listened to,
Good point.
I listened to the YouTube the other night, and I heard Lawrence County several times, so that's why I picked Lawrence County out.
Plus, it's comparable.
It
to
is
what-
comparable to, the population and all, yes.
But, Ms. Murphy, let me thank you for making council's, life easier and calmer. I appreciate that.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate what the auditor's office does for the county, and, I'm only one vote, but I'm sure that council will do whatever necessary that we can do according to our budget.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Mostel?
Is that a state law that the homesteads can't be digitalized?
Correct, yes, it is. I've asked.
And you also understand that we get a lot of 55 and older communities.
Yes,
So, and that is what's driving
that's right.
that up. But I'm disappointed that we can't digitalize it because it would make
Yeah,
life a lot easier.
Yes, we cannot.
Suzette, before you came on the scene down there, you
Uh-huh,
said there was a lot of bumps in the road.
yes.
They wasn't bumps, dear. They were major holes.
Okay.
It's hard to dig out of them, so I'm glad to see you down there.
Thank you,
We appreciate it.
thank you.
Everything she bills, I collect. Everything she bills, I collect. I'm Carrie Helms. I'm the Lancaster County Treasurer. I have 7 full-time employees, and we actually have 1 volunteer. Miss Tony helps us during real estate season. With the increase of growth and the walk-in volume, she actually helps us answer the phone calls during real estate so we can focus on our taxpayers in front of us. She normally works 3 days a week, usually between 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. She tries to get us through lunchtime. She's actually been with us 3 years now, and like I said, she volunteers her time just to help us so we can focus more on the taxpayers. If you look at the chart, you can see our current has increased to about 8 million in just current. And the vehicle has increased about 2 million, and the fee in lieu has increased about 2 million. My budget is currently at 518, and I'm requesting 535. I am requesting an increase of $17,354 in personnel. This is for staff position reclassification and increase in treasurer salary to minimum. I've actually been employed here 21 years and been treasurer since 2011, so that's just getting me to minimum, not actually midpoint. And I want to say I fully support the salary study also. I couldn't do my job without my staff. 6 of them, and we work early, late, no lunches, just to put the citizens of Lancaster County first. I would like to say thank you guys for your time, and if you have any questions, I will answer them at this time.
Do you know we waived the credit card fee? Do you have any idea what the dollar was lost in that for the waiving the credit card fee? Just
You're not requesting additional employee this year, are you?
No, you gave us,
Happy. I heard
I'm
that for
happy.
years and years.
Yes, thank you so much for our additional employee, ours and Miss Suzette's. We appreciate it. Any more questions?
Thank you, Carrie.
Today's the last day of real estate, so.
Good afternoon, everyone.
And who are you, ma'am?
I'm Veronica Thompson, and I'm over the Finance Department. My total budget is $808,150, and I'm requesting the same budget. I want to thank council for last year, or in this current year. You gave me 1 full-time person and 1 part-time person, so that was greatly appreciated. The full-time person's main priority is to keep up with the impact fee and other duties, so I appreciate that. Over the past 5 years, we've added 7 funds, and just like Brad stated, once you add something, you have to keep up with it until it ends. The funds that we added were the hospitality tax, state accommodations tax, stormwater fund, Reed Point Special Tax District, and we've added 3 funds of the 7. It's really, I think it's 6 on your slide, but it's actually 7. Of the 7, 3 were added this year, and that's the impact fee, the ARPA fund, and then I'm gonna have to create another fund for the capital project sales tax 3, which will be effective May 1st. The average number of accounts payable vouchers annually that we enter is a little over 12,170. Transactions, the dollar amount of the AP vouchers processed in 2017 was 55 million, and in 2021 is 66 million, and of course every year it varies. The general fund budget for FY17 was a little over 49 million compared to a little over 70 million for 2021. So that's increased 42% over the past 5 years, and we know that it's going to continue to increase because of the growth. Total capital assets recorded in FY17, 136 million. In FY21, 178 million. So that's increased, and we know due to ARPA and the capital project sales tax, our capital assets will increase over time. And that's another thing. Once we record capital assets, we have to keep up with it until it's disposed. And the number of state and federal grants recorded in FY17, 30, and FY21, 42. And the dollar amounts over that 5-year period of grants recorded is $13 million. And we all know that we're gonna get some more grants. That won't stop, so we expect that to increase also. Just to, I guess, people think of us as bean counters. We're not bean counters. We have to record. We just don't count beans. We have to record, and we have to maintain internal controls over all of the county's finances. We process accounts payable weekly. We do grant monitoring and reporting. We maintain a record of capital assets and inventory. We have a lot of reporting, external and internal, that are required. Of course, we help with the annual audit. We administer the hospitality and local accommodations taxes. We prepare and administer the general fund and all other budgets. We perform analysis and audits of revenue. We're recording and tracking the impact fee, the capital project tax, sales tax, the debt management program, capital improvement program, long-term financial plan, and the ARPA reporting. So just to kind of give you some ideas of what we do. Any questions?
Veronica, during the time you have added all these different funds that you had to take up with, how many employees have you had to add because of that?
The last time other than the budget, the last time I had a fiscal analyst or accountant added was 2009. And then, of course, this current year, the fiscal analyst, which we're using for the impact fee, and I'm using him for other duties. So, 2009, 12 years.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, and I know all council feels the same as I do. We just appreciate what your office does and the fact that year after year you continue to do a wonderful job. Please know that we take notice of that and we appreciate it.
Well, I thank you. most of I've had turnaround in the past 8 or 9 months, so I'm training. We have new staff members, so I ask that you be patient with us. We're behind on a lot of things, but we're trying to catch up, so just to put that out there.
And we certainly understand.
And Ms. Thompson, would you take 1 second? As the duties finance does with the audit, but we get thrown some curveballs every now and then, and the state Department of Revenue came forward and asked for an audit of our capital project sales tax too. So can you give a quick overview what your staff's working on with that?
As Mr. Marstall stated, we are being audited by the Department of Revenue. It's nothing on it's just a roll of the dice. They're going to audit 3 years from fiscal year 2019, fiscal year 2021, and fiscal year 2019, 20, and 21. So I'm working with the Department of Revenue right now. I'm providing them a detail of all expenditures, a detail of all revenue, and they also ask for the ordinance because they want to make sure that what we spent the money on are the projects that are in the ordinance. So that's what they're looking at. I've already sent them the detail, as I stated, and I've got some more information to send them. Once they get all of those information, then they'll pull a sample of what they want me to provide backup for. So that's where we stand right now.
Sure, we'll do fine.
All right. Let's see, Sheriff, 215, 14.
Are we ahead of time?
Are we on schedule? That's the wrong time.
You don't have any time, I'm sorry.
I'll see you when you leave.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Council, I do appreciate this opportunity to come before you, and let me just say that we really appreciate what you guys have done for us over the last 12, 13 years at the Sheriff's Office. We have, I think, transformed the Sheriff's Office into a model agency that other agencies look up to throughout the state, and a lot of that has to do with what you guys have done for us in funding. So I do appreciate that. If you look at the last 10 years, you can see where our call volume has increased by 68%, and if that trend holds true, we'll be answering over 100 or right at 115 calls in 10 years. When you look at our staffing levels throughout the Sheriff's Office, if there is a national average and there's a South Atlantic region average, you can see by the graph that the national average, a county of our size, should have about 269 officers. The South Atlantic region average, an agency our size, should have about 192 officers. We have 127 officers here in our agency, which certainly doesn't hold up to what the national average should be. To kind of give you another comparison of where we stand compared to some of the other agencies throughout the state, you look at Sumter County, which is about 10% larger than us, Pickens County, which is about 36, 37% larger than us. You know, when you look at their service populations, we're serving more of our population than those areas are. You know, Sumter County, 105,000. Well, they only serve 58% of those people. Pickens County, it's 131,000 people in that jurisdiction, but they only serve 65% when you back the municipalities out and the military bases and things like that. When you look at the per capita, you know, we have 1.5 officers per 1,000. Well, those jurisdictions have a whole lot more than us. Sumter County have almost 3.5 officers per 1,000. Pickens County, almost 2 officers. When you look at the per capita on what is being spent on law enforcement services in those jurisdictions, we're doing a whole lot more with a whole lot less. So you can see, I think it's pretty clear that the demands and expectations of our staff is pretty high. I contribute all the success at our agency, you know, with our staff, the work that they do, and I think retention, recruitment is one of the biggest issues we have. we asked for a certain amount to increase our career ladder this year. If I would have known what the state was going to do, it would have probably been double that. If you see what the House passed and sent over to the Senate, you know, the Highway Patrol is going to start their people off at about 17 to 20% higher. SLED is looking at about a 34, 35% increase on top of what they're already at. If you take what we are, we will, even if you give us what we asked for, we will be last with all the agencies that we've compared ourselves to. And that's SLED, the Highway Patrol, Rock Hill PD, Lexington PD, all the agencies that we're currently losing officers to. So I would hope that you guys would find somewhere to be able to increase our career ladder throughout the agency. Some of the things that we're asking for: 4 patrol deputies, 2 investigators, and how we came up with that, if the trend holds true as far as calls for service, just to maintain the current level of service that we provide today, we will need roughly 26 officers over the next 10 years to maintain our current levels of service. We certainly don't want our service levels to go down, and we asking for 6, 3 to try to maintain the current service levels, and 3 to try to make up where we are behind on the national and South Atlantic region average. We're asking for a PIO. We have an attorney that probably 85–90% of his time is dealing with FOIA requests and different things like that. It's not only for the sheriff's office, it's for the jail as well. Expungement orders that he has to deal with. We need someone, and could use them full time, just to deal with those type things. We're asking also for an administrative assistant to work in investigations. We're trying to get someone that can stay in-house, build case files, deal with the solicitor's office, get everything prepared for court, so the officers that are investigating these cases can stay out on the street and continue to investigate. We certainly don't want them in the office doing these type things that we could hire a civilian employee to do. The victim's advocate decrease, that has gone away, so we don't need that now. We got a letter saying that wasn't going to be the case. Just to give you some more trend data, our arrests are up by 41.2%. Mental health transports that we have to take, 47%, almost 50%. The evidence we collect today is up 77%. And just shoplifting is alone, particularly in the Indian Land area, our District 1 is over 300% increase. That's why we need to try to add these folks. Keep in mind, when we ask for 4 officers, that's adding 1 deputy per shift. If you look at some other things that we're asking for in 110, law enforcement, we're asking for 17.5. We did put another crime scene investigator back there, and we need to equip that person with the proper equipment, cameras, lights, and fingerprint materials that they'll need to go out and process scenes. Training, we were asking for $10,000 in training to offer our guys and girls advanced training, whether it be, you know, interview techniques, narcotics, arson investigation, basic investigator school. I think that's important. Leadership training. Our protective clothing and our SWAT and crowd control unit needs to be replaced. We're serving more search warrants now than we ever have. And if you look on the news just over in Rock Hill not long ago, you never know when you need this crowd control unit. But we do need to be prepared and have the proper equipment for these folks. Special projects, we want to redo our parking lot and fix some bad places in the office as far as carpet and paint. I just think that's important when people come through the agency, that we have a nice looking facility. To me, that is one of the recruiting tools that we have. We have a nice facility, and we certainly want to keep it up. Another thing is the replacement of vehicles. We've talked about this before, I need 43 vehicles right now to be in compliant with the county policy, and I think we need to replace 23 each year to be on a 5-year rotation. All I'm asking is you think about these officers that are in these vehicles 12 hours a day. They need a vehicle that's, one, is going to get them where they're going, and two, that they can be comfortable in, and that's what we need to be in compliant with county policy. The evidence storage expansion, that's an ARPA request. I won't go over that too much. I think we've talked about that a good bit. If you look in Department 112, which is our judicial department, we've already talked about the trend on the data. Guys, all I would tell you is that is a separate line item for us, and you have monies coming in just for judicial services. So I don't foresee that being a problem. We are asking to increase the career ladder there as well. The detention center is pretty much the same way. We're over capacity by 37%, and when I say, you know, our arrests went up 41%, those folks had to go through the detention center. The Association of Counties, they do a staffing analysis every year. We're 2 positions below where we need to be. We have 7 vacant positions back there currently, and of course we're asking for a career ladder increase back there, and I think that can be funded through the new smart communications that we're using now on the telephone, where money is coming into the county. We're asking for 4 officers to get prepared for the new facility and also meet the county Association of Counties analysis that they perform each year. We're asking for a maintenance tech. The aging facility that we have now, just for plumbing purposes, you know, we could hire our own maintenance guy to take care of that kind of stuff, but we need to prepare for the new facility as well, because it will need a full-time maintenance person out there. And of course some contractual services, things like painting and things like that we need to address every year as well.
So if you had a maintenance tech, that would be for the jail and the
Well, they could do some things at
your facilities.
yeah, they could do some work at the sheriff's office as well. I think Daniel will tell you, or Jeff, you know, a lot of their time is spent out at the detention center making repairs. I got a lot of supporting documents here that I think will justify a lot of our requests. I didn't want to give them to you up front because Kim said don't give out handouts, but I am going to give this to you where you can take it home and read it. And also I have in here the career ladder request and what the state is doing. Guys, it's killing us. You know, when the highway patrol increases theirs by 17 to 20%, sleds increasing theirs by 34, 35%. They're not going to hire someone off the street that's not certified. They're coming to agencies like us who have certified officers that they can pull from.
I think I heard somebody say starting highway patrol will be 52.5 or something like that. And then you hear the public defender, he can hire somebody with a law degree cheaper than you can an officer. All right, next we have fire and emergency management. Mr. Player?
Yeah, just a request of the matter.
Mr. Chairman and members of council, thank you for the time to come before you. We're going to start out with the Fire Commission budget. That's our 141 budget. If you remember, that's the volunteers that are in the county. That's the thing that buys them their equipment. It's the thing that allows us to keep up all of the apparatus in the county that you provided us over the years. Council has always supported the fire service, and we appreciate that. We've got some of the best equipment in the state of South Carolina, and I would even go on as far to say is in most places in the United States. So that goes back to previous councils, and you all have done the very same thing, and you continue to do that, and I thank you, and the fire service thanks you as well. If you will notice, our calls over 7 years have increased about 27%. These calls, when these calls come in, there's a number of fire departments going. We've got wheels turning, apparatus moving. In 2020, we had a lower call volume, and that was based on the fact that we deleted or did not go on a lot of the calls because of the COVID epidemic, particularly with the EMS calls. And we triaged a lot of other things and sent less equipment to the ones that we did go on. We basically only did the cardiac arrest calls. And then back in 21, we began to pick things back up. The thing that seems to be the anomaly we really don't have an explanation for is that over the last 4 years, our structure fires have gone up 92% across the county. There's hardly a week goes by that we don't have 2, 3, 4 house fires. Some of those don't materialize into full-blown houses on fire, but there's fires within the house, fires that start outside that then extend to the structure. People seem to be a little more careless than they used to be, particularly with outside burning and those kinds of things. So we've asked for a 15% increase in the Fire Commission budget. If you'll go to the next slide, please, and you're on it already. We're asking for an extra $3,000 per department. That allows them to keep pace with the price increases on everything that we have to buy to put on the firefighter for their protection. Vehicle maintenance, we've asked for a $5,000 increase there. And that's strictly because of the price increases on parts when they're available. And Mr. Mosteller knows something about that, being in that particular business. Our maintenance general and our contractual services, that's actually 2 line items, but we're asking for an $11,000 increase there. That's the things that we're required to do, such as our SCBA flow test, the air test on the breathing air compressors throughout the county, our ladder and pump test, and we have the ladder units, the ladder trucks have to be tested, as well as all the ground ladders. All of those have to be tested annually. It also includes our firehouse, our records management system, which we're going to have to change, but we're still with it right now. $5,000 increase for our insurance. That's the accidental death and disability renewal. To be honest with you, Lancaster County is a poor client for them because they've never made a penny on us. Unfortunately, if you look at all the premiums we paid, we have gotten way more back in benefit to people who have been killed either in the line of duty or in accidental death. And then a number of our guys have been able to avail themselves of the disability. Remember, a volunteer is only paid by workers' comp at 1/3 of the rate for their salary. So that's in the neighborhood of about a little over $300 a week now. So you can imagine if you're trying to support a family on that. The matching funds category is where the fire department matches dollar for dollar what the county spends. We're asking for another $1,000 for each of the stations. There's 19 stations in the county. That includes the city of Lancaster. We don't include my office as a station in the matching funds because we don't have a source of income to match that. But all the other departments do. And so that would be basically you'd be getting $2 in goods for every dollar you spend. So we've asked for that increase. We do need to replace the truck that Billy Lloyd, most of you know him by name. That's our F4 truck. He's our apparatus and equipment officer. That truck's a 2014 pickup, F350, and it has 130,000 miles on it now. It's hard run, and it's beginning to give problems with a lot of different things. It would not go out of the fleet. We would make it a secondary and put it as the flatbed that brings fuel out to scenes, but it would not run anything like it runs now. That would take that older truck completely out of service. But that $84,000 will buy the chassis. The body that's on that truck will come from the truck that's existing to the new vehicle. should you fund that, and that includes the necessary things to get that changed out. If you'll go to the 144 budget, next slide, please. In this budget, we are asking for a 40% increase. That is tied primarily to the Fitch study that you all funded in 2016. You got the results on in 2017. It called for a number of things, the main part being that 3 more teams of 2 firefighters. So we did put that in this year's budget as a request. Along with those 3 teams of 2 comes the vehicle, the equipment, and all the things that go with them. And so that's a large portion of that 40% increase. This is the budget that has all of the career staff in it as well. It also has the Recruitment Retention program. Thankfully, that is continuing at the current budget level. We don't need to ask for request an increase there. If you will look at the next slide, and it's up now. I'm sorry, next slide, please. It's not up yet. There we go. The 3 teams of 2 firefighters, of the $955,000 increase we're asking for, just the firefighters alone are $516,888 of that total, so you can see that that's primarily the large share of that. We do need to replace the truck we name as F8. That's the truck that Philip Pegram drives. He's Billy's backup. He's the assistant apparatus and equipment officer. That truck we inherited from the rescue squad when that unit was shut down. It's a 2008 year model. It's an F350, and while it has 91,000 miles, it was not maintained for a number of years. We've maintained it since we got it, but it has a lot of problems. We're limited in what it can do because of the way the bed was laid out and the bed that's on it. We would like to replace that truck with an F550 model very similar to the truck that Brandon uses, Brandon Elliott with the shop, with the hydraulic arm, the welder, the compressor. It would be a true service truck that we would be able to take around. And of course, it still would respond to calls as well, because that's the truck that he uses on daily response. The next line item there is the pickup trucks that would be needed for the 3 firefighters, and that's $231,000. That's based on $77,000 per truck, and that takes care of the radio, all the other things that would have to be the cover and the lighting and marking packages that would be on those trucks. We also are asking for a $40,000 increase for the agreement that we have with the City of Lancaster, where we pay the salaries of 3 firefighters. The City of Lancaster did a massive increase in their salaries and their salary levels. Caught us sort of by surprise, so we're going to run in the red on that line item this year. But this $40,000 will maybe get us back to where we're on an even keel with that particular program. Having said that, I hope that you will entertain Mr. Marstall's plans to get us to the salary study, because right now the City of Lancaster starting salary is about $10,000 higher than ours is. And so their starting firefighters are making what some of my officers are making, who've got 10, 20, 15, 25 years of service in the system. So we've lost several people to the city just recently, and it's because of salaries. So we're going to be asking for an increase there. And then normal uniform increases, the increase of clothing and things, that's the $15,000 increase there. If you'll go to the next slide, that's emergency management, our 140 budget. We are asking for about a 1.5% increase there, and that's primarily tied to a couple different things. We'd like to add about $500 to the part-time budget. I'm already paying out of a grant to give salary to a part-time individual right now. This would allow us to go beyond what when the grant's finally spent out, we'd be able to continue on and keep that person working through the whole year. And as we move forward, hopefully we might be able to actually bring in a second person. We're using a college student that is a firefighter in the county to give them not only experiences they've got in their firefighter training, but it gets their foot into the emergency management field as well. And most people didn't know what emergency management was until we hit COVID, and then everybody knew who we were, because everybody told everybody, you need to call your emergency manager. If you can't get something, call them. So we became the go-to agency with 2 of us employed in this county in fire rescue and emergency management, and 1 employee that is fully emergency management, who still also is a firefighter as well. So that's the reason I listed our salaries there for the 3 full-time people. We are paying the part-time person $15 per hour. You'll see that we've had a 25% increase in our population growth over the last 10 years. And primarily, a lot of that is in the elderly population, and I even classify myself almost now in that elderly group. When you're over 60, and the chairman's smiling because he knows how old I am, he's the same age. So we're having a lot more to deal with in plans and to have capabilities, which this county right now does lack. You saw our ARPA request as well, and we won't go into any of that. But the $500 increase is in the part-time salary. So we're having additions in maintenance service agreements that we're having to pay, so that's some of the increase. Travel costs more now when we're going to training. A lot of times in the emergency management field it is more specialized, and we need that for the hotel cost, as well as the classes cost more in some cases as well. Supplies are strictly to cover increases in cost, and then the increase for clothing or uniform cost is there, again, just for the increases in cost. Thank you for your time.
I got one question. I know, and we all know that volunteers are going to always be part of our system, but we're requesting 3 more teams of 2 firefighters. What's the plan for, I mean, I don't think we need more firefighters on first shift. I mean, would these firefighters be different shifts, or where would they be stationed at?
We're studying that to try to figure out exactly how to do it. We've looked at maybe doing an 8 at night, where it would not go completely through the night, but it would come in after the end of the day into the night. We've looked at staggering the days, where they would start working on a Wednesday and go through Sunday, and the others would be in on Monday through Friday. We need to redo our heat maps, number one. We need to redo our call volume where it's occurring at, so we know where to place these firefighters. Because in the Fitch study, that's what it talked about, was the heat map, the concentrations of calls. We think anecdotally those have stayed about where they were, but we do need to refine that and look at it again for sure and make certain of that. So we are looking at a variation schedule. We don't have anywhere to put them in a building that we can sleep them, because that building has to be sprinkler protected in order to meet code. Heat Springs is the only department in the county that does not already have career people in it that has the ability to sleep people in it. So that would be one place we would look at some point. Again, y'all would have to go into an agreement as council to the Heat Springs Council, because it is part of the town.
All right.
I got a question for Darren. Yes, sir. Darren, in talking to some of the chiefs of our volunteer departments, they're telling me that the volunteers to come and fight fires continues to decline.
Yes, sir.
Do you think it would be something that we need to look at about coming past Highway 5 and consider a fire fee down in this area? We're going to have paid firemen one of these days here.
Yes, sir.
Not just 2, not 4, not 6. We're going to have more than that. Because as we continue to decline, we're going to find ourselves, as we grow, lacking firefighters in this area.
Yeah, if
Do you think we should have a discussion on that sometime about a fire fee past Highway 5?
Yes, sir. I've already spoken with Mr. Mostrell about that, and we're working on a plan to bring to you all at some point in the pretty near future. We don't have it fleshed out yet, but you're exactly right.
That's good.
Darren, I just want to say, I experienced a fire at my neighbor's house last month, and I've never actually seen a house on fire. I've seen it on TV, but never actually been at the spot. And I tell you, those firefighters was on the mark. I mean, I was so impressed with.
I'm very proud of the people we have, both career and volunteer. Yeah. Our training is good. That speaks to our training division, but it also speaks to the dedication of those young men and women who are out there taking the training. They get what they need, and then they come to the calls. The Recruitment Retention Program has us treading water. We're not gaining, but what we lose, we're gaining enough to, I hate to say we're at an even, because we may drop one year and pick up one the next year. But what Mr. Honeycutt said going into the future is a real concern for us, because that trend line is down more than even or up.
And they were there when I went to bed, and they were there when I got up.
Yes, ma'am.
So I just appreciate their dedication.
Thank you for that.
it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council Chair and Council members, Mr. Marsal. As you can tell, I'm not Clay Cato, but I'm going to do my best to fill in for him. My name is Monica Graham, and I'm on the administrative side of EMS, as well as working on a truck and my part-time. Our budget for Lancaster County EMS, do you have that slide? Okay, thank you. The budget for Lancaster County EMS, we currently have 71 full-time employees and 22 part-time. The growth impact data, our call volume has increased. Last year we ran about 19,551 calls, which was an increase of 1,738. And as Sheriff Fell had mentioned, we're doing more with less. And I think everybody's kind of experiencing that at this time. Our response time increase has increased some due to the call volume that we are experiencing and maybe having to pull trucks from one end, from south end to go to the north end. And then also with some of the hospital diversion, if we go to the hospital and they're short-staffed as well, we may have a wait time before we can offload that patient to them. So that kind of ties into some of our units being tied up. And of course, medical supply usage. Everything is going up. It's hard to find, so we're having to use different vendors and sources as we can. Okay, and the next slide. These are some of the items that we are requesting. An operations coordinator. Again, because of our call volume, we need this operation function part to help with the growth management. And one thing that we are so excited, because we have fought for this for so long, and we're finally going to be able to enter the EMT program into our high school. And we've met with some of the counselors there, and the numbers that are so interested in this, it's astounding. I mean, we were going in thinking, you know, maybe 5, 6 would be interested, but we've got such a huge interest in this program that we're going to have to actually come up with an entrance program so we can pick and choose who's able to go into that. So with that instructor, we'll have to replace that with a paramedic as well. Recruitment and retention staff member, this position is currently grant funded, and that will be ending in August. So we're looking, this is a position that's very important, of course. This person is also handling the PIO, and who is the face in the public to represent EMS, actually on several different boards, and represents EMS outside of business time as well. 2 additional new units. As Sheriff Fell had also mentioned about the mileage. As you can imagine, the more calls we're running and going from one end of the county to the other, the mileages are increasing, so we do need to get 2 new additional units. And a logistics van. We currently don't have anything but an old truck that we are currently using for the logistics, and that is 9 different stations from Kershaw all the way up to Indian Land, and that's stationing 2 ambulance per station, so 18 units plus any QRV or any type of equipment that's needed in the stations. And medical supplies, again, with the cost and the usage increase and having to go outside to different vendors that do not have the supplies that we need. And unfortunately, we've got to have those equipments, uniform, that type thing. As you can imagine, with COVID, it depleted a lot of our supplies and vendor chains. And salary increases, and that is something that we're requesting for new part-time salaries. Unfortunately, and I know you've heard this all day across the board, that pay raises are something that definitely is something the county, I know, is looking at across the board. We are competing with non-emergency transport that starts off at $15 an hour for drivers, you know, and up to different counties and everybody that we're competing across the line. So that's one thing also we're looking for. Do you have any questions that maybe I can answer for you?
Didn't put a number on those salary increases?
Well, I think that's something that Kim and Dennis and them are working with, so that's above my pay grade, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Monica did a great job. Mr. Cato extends his regrets that he fell ill today.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for all your dedication and service to this county, and thanks for having us all here today. Chairman Harper, I'm going to honor your request, and I'm going to do the lightning round for you. You said make it short and sweet, so here we go. The coroner's office, we have 5 full-time and 11 part-time. The growth impact of this county has significantly affected us as well, from the 55 and older communities just to the influx of population in general, because people die in all types of ways. So we've had a 28% call volume increase from 2019 to 20, and from 19 to 21, it's not on there, that was a 31% increase. We've also had a huge increase in drug death. Most significant, when I started keeping statistics in 2016 to 2021, we have had a 1,019% increase in drug overdose death. And I'm not talking about the ones that were a car wreck or a homicide, definitively died as a direct result of the drug. And then our request for this year, first of all, I have heard a lot of salary issues. Our folks were given their appropriate salaries finally, and so thank you guys for that as well. We appreciate that. Our most critical need right now are our vehicles, our fleet. I've been asking for vehicles for a couple of years. So I'm asking again. We're in desperate need. I currently have 4 deputy coroners sharing 2 vehicles. I have one that had a wreck. A deer actually hit him, and we had to borrow a fleet vehicle here, which is not an emergency response vehicle because there's nothing else to pull from. So I'm currently requesting 2 trucks. One is for a replacement vehicle for one that's outside of the county policy. It's older. And the other one is for our transport, because we don't want to transport decomp or noxious cases while we're in the same cab with those bodies. That air just circulates and we breathe it in, and it's definitely not healthy. Our other requests include a radio for the new hire for last year. He was not equipped with one, so I'm requesting that this year. I've already put that in through Robert Purser with 911. And a technology upgrade. Scott Hernandez has worked with me on that, so I've put that in with him as well. Our only other requests are an increase in our training, just because we have more staff now, and training is kind of slim to none, and you got to travel for it, and everybody gets paid for it now. The days of free training is kind of over. General increase in supplies is just because our cost is going up across the board. And then EMS passes their stretchers down to us. We currently have newer stretchers from them, and the batteries and the chargers that it takes for those is about $1,800. That is a third of my supply budget. So I can't afford to utilize them without getting a little bit more money for that. Do you guys have any questions?
No, Carla, but you do a wonderful job, and you do great presentations. Every time we have a training, your name is #1 on the list.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graham, I just want to address you and tell you we're part of that records retention too. Ours is also has to be on paper. I think some of that's a lot of antiquated laws, probably need to be revamped a little bit, but you'll find a lot of the county agencies by law have to keep it on paper. Our records room.
I guess we need to work on our delegation.
Maybe, but I don't mind mine being on paper. I mean, we have personal things like suicide notes that are handwritten.
I
You don't ever
understand.
want to destroy that, so.
All right, well, thank you for all you do.
You guys as well.
The technology upgrades, Carla,
Yes.
how would this help the in-field employees and overall operation of your department?
So currently, I think we're only the first response agency, an emergency agency. We do not have laptops. We are not able to work in the field. We are not able to take our computer home to work. We are a 7-day-a-week operation.
Our office says it's open Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, but we are there 7 days a week. I take 3 weekends out of the month. Jennifer takes 1. So usually I'm there every day of the month except for 2 to 3 days. That's it. Because families need, you don't know when death is going to occur. You have to serve them 7 days a week. When we're out in the field working an investigation, we can't use any of our resources to look up anything because we don't have the technology to work in the field. So Scott is working with getting us tough books. We can work in the field with them. We can come dock them because currently we have just desktop computers. That's it. We can dock them, and then we can also take them home. So when that family does call you at 10 o'clock at night, you can pull your case right up and read the information they need.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Didn't we have some of that, is it in that ARPA money that upgrades some computers or buy some computers?
Correct. We did factor that for some of, more for the sheriff. But as we said in here, we do have it requested through IT. And so I think we have that programmed in. Yeah, so we do have that accounted for elsewhere, so we want to make that note on there. So.
Thank you.
That's done through IT. Yeah. So we can take that off.
Good afternoon. Thank y'all for having me today. Is that better?
Hold it like a mic.
We had to get it close to you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. First of all, you've already heard from the rest of the emergency services, the branches of emergency services. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about our growth. Every call they got, we received and we dispatched. So essentially what we have is a 24-hour, 365 office environment. Mine is pretty straightforward. I'm not asking for a lot here, I don't think. The 911 tariff fund is actually outside of the general fund. You'll see here that I have actually requested less than I requested last year. It's a more realistic number for my second year in the seat. It'll show about an $80,000 savings in that one. And anything we don't spend out of that fund just goes right back in it. So the only difference is I've added one line item for the Segra circuit for the monthly billing on that. That is the redundant hard line from the new 7500 radios. So that'll be the actual monthly bill for that, and that is the total amount to get us through the year. As far as the public safety communications budget, we have 24 full-time employees, and I am asking for basically one thing, and it goes back to our center being a 24-hour office environment. It's furniture and flooring replacement. Our furniture is starting to show a lot of wear. The total amount, and I have all the quotes in my original PowerPoint that was submitted, is $335,000, and that would put in new furniture consoles for every dispatch position, as well as replace the floor in dispatch. We've already spent a significant amount of money on technology, the computers, the radios, everything else. We need the furniture to support this stuff now. Also, another thing that would do, if we can do this, is the old furniture. We have an opportunity, just like fire and EMS, to go over to the vocational building. They have a telecommunicator class. We could actually take a full dispatch position that we currently have after we replace it with the new and set it up at the vocational building. That would be huge for my recruitment for my agency. Does anybody have any questions?
Do you ever, your employees do a job that not most of us really want to do? How do they handle that sometimes? Do you give them an opportunity to just to back away and get it off their mind about what they've just heard a child call and say, or a mother, or whatever?
Absolutely. There are probably a couple of times a week, that one or two of my dispatchers or call takers will just, they need a minute, and they'll step outside and get some fresh air. My people are really strong. It's a terrible thing to say, but they've learned to live with it. They've learned to flip that switch when they walk out the door, and they're strong and they're good at what they do. But sometimes everybody needs a minute.
They are, and I've met a lot of them, and they are very strong, and I've often wondered how mentally that affects them to hear some of the things that they hear.
Yes, sir.
We don't ever hear.
That's right. I've told a lot of people the first 10 seconds of an incoming 911 call at any given time, there's no way to prepare for it because you don't know what it's going to be.
Well, I thank them for what they do, and I know everybody up here thanks them for what they do, and what you do is terrific.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate y'all saying that.
We were having issues recruiting 911 dispatchers. Is that better?
It is getting better because we increased the starting pay at 911 with Mr. Marshall's help.
That's being addressed. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think the furniture replacement for this is critical. I mean, these folks are in their 8, 10, 12 hours a day. They can hardly see the light of the sun.
Yes, sir.
And their comfort and, supportive environment needs to be the best that it can be.
That's correct. And, I don't really have the luxury of shopping for a $200 chair. I mean, this has to be used 24/7 all the time. So we need some stuff that's going to hold up and be worth our investment. And I hope you'll consider what I've asked for.
You have started a class at the vocational school?
Not currently. No, sir, we haven't. And one reason for that is we ran into logistics issues with the new radio system that we got last year. That's actually going to be installed within the next 2 weeks. It's actually built in Columbia, but it's not in-house yet. So once we get one of those radio consoles and potentially one of our old furniture consoles, we could set up an entire dispatch position at the vocational building.
Great. I think you'd have a lot of interest of
I think so too.
students coming out wanting to go into that field or looking for something like that. So
yes, sir.
you can spur their interest. Is taking a class there. It might.
That's right.
Working out well for EMS and fire service. I'm sure it could help you too.
And we want to do the same thing.
Great.
All right. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Clerk of
We'll
court,
take a quick break.
family
here,
court.
stretch break.
You get three of them.
We'll take a stretch break.
Yeah, I apologize.
Been a while.
Give us 5 minutes or 10.
2 hours and a half.
10 minutes.
Because you can't tell about 15:28.
Yeah, that's 3:28.
Who decided to do that?
Well,
I said, who decided to put that kind of time?
I don't know.
Yeah,
You
the
went
short
from 12,
makes
1
me
o'clock.
think of it there.
Ben,
13 is 1 o'clock.
who decided to put,
Hanging in there?
Army time.
who decided to do military time?
Military.
That actually just changed. It was not that way on Monday night. I've not seen that way, because
Can
it
we
just
go
changed on
back
Monday night.
to
Yes, we can.
lay people?
Yes, we can, because I was looking at that too, I'm like,
Yeah.
that wasn't that way on
I
Monday
don't know
night.
how to,
Got a switch on it, Tripley.
translate.
What was
Hey, it was an hour behind.
I don't know how.
I think it was a,
14:50.
Dennis, I think it was an hour behind us.
It was, you're right.
I think somebody said it, they switched it from.
Military. I'm a grandma.
Couple of things.
Did you find out about that address?
I've got challenges Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So Monday,
Councilmember Marceller? Darren wanted to grab you.
Did I do the math wrong?
Yeah, I read.
You rechecked it?
Yeah.
Okay. I must have did that by hand.
Yeah.
I'll just go with what's.
And look here, if you wanna help Sherry out, click the clicker, cause she's having trouble following y'all. Just click
When
this
you need
button
to go to
when
the
you're
next
ready to go
slide,
to your,
yeah.
when you're ready to go to this, click that button.
I go back to the front again. There you go. Did you let her know
No, I
about
hadn't
4D?
told her. They're gonna do a 20th of what?
1/20 of just all the 14. So,
Are you gonna let them know that today?
should I?
Are you
Probably.
still gonna leave the request?
I'm gonna leave it in.
Okay, then
Cause
yeah, I would let them know.
Yeah, I'm gonna let, and I'll remind them that I tried to get this done 2 years ago. They approved 1 courtroom instead of 3, but this is one we really need to work on.
So now the rest of that might just sit there unused.
are you? I'm speaking a little bit better. Hit the right one. I just have one.
Mr. Carnes is on a call, but we can start, he said, if you want to start.
There he is, right there. So, what happened to him?
Hey, Jeff.
I'd like to call this, budget workshop back to order. Mr. Hammond, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Still got a little squeaky voice, but I'm gonna get through this. I got a short presentation for you. We have 11 full-time employees. 2 of those are our custodial staff, just to let you know that. Part-time 5, that is our bailiff staff. Operating request, we're looking to increase the, let's see, I got it. It's a line item for IT. Do I need to click this? I can't remember if it was on it. I'm still good. The solicitor and the public defender, we're providing a dedicated circuit for them. And that will allow the rest of the courthouse to less interruptions and gives them better work product for them. So that was put into my budget based on these fine people over here. They thought that was a good place to put it. So that's where we got it. I have a capital project upgrade. If you remember 2 years ago, I had asked to upgrade family courts A and B, and you approved one of the 3, and I thank you for that. The AV equipment is just antiquated, outdated. We need to focus on family court. That court runs 3 out of 4 weeks a month, and we just the hearing system, the sound systems, the audio visuals, and Charlene, I know that your office practices a lot in there, and we need to be able to have evidence presentation that you can hear and see. So that's, I had tried, I got an answer today. I was trying to use our 4D funds through the DSS Child Support Enforcement Division. They drilled my request, and I requested all of it. They drilled it down to just the audio, not the video section, and then drilled that down to 1/20th of what that was, which is about $28,000. So that equated to about $1,400. So I am asking, I guess, for a general fund request, and I do have, I'll supply the staff, and they can get with you on the numbers and the actual details of that equipment. That's pretty much it.
Thank you for taking care of that pretty courthouse, Jeff. You do a great job over there. Always nice.
Thank you, and we, I think we mentioned this at the council meeting the other night. The Chief Justice has requested that the public defender and I go meet with him next Tuesday, and that's a statewide meeting. The solicitors and the judges have already met. He has taken the bull by the horn. There's a Supreme Court case, the Langford case, which says it is unconstitutional for the solicitors to be in charge of the docket. So the judge is in charge of the docket, which means it will land a lot of work in my office that we're ready for. But we're going to go down. We've got to have a plan for him next Tuesday. And we're going to start working on some older cases. Any questions?
Thank you.
That's interesting, because
I'll be a time saver with this one too. Yeah, I'm a magistrate today. No, I'm just kidding. They could not send a representative today, so I'll just quickly highlight their information there. 15 full-time employees. They have provided some data for y'all on their growth. If you have any specific questions on that, I can get with the judges and hopefully get y'all an answer. They just have one request this year, and it is for salary adjustments, and they are trying to equalize pay a little bit between the magistrate judges themselves.
Can you refresh our memory about, you remember when we adjust the what you call it?
We had to adjust the magistrate's salary.
Chief magistrate.
Chief magistrate's salary. Did we have a discussion around this, the pay equity?
I don't know if y'all did. We mostly focused on getting the chief magistrate as the highest paid. And what's happened is now there's a large gap between.
They need to do a little research. There was something they went from 5 clerks, 4 clerks, or something like that.
Yeah, and
they took additional pay.
And we said, remember this at budget time.
So that was last year. So
Okay.
what we did with that was we divvied that up. We gave some to get the chief magistrate at the highest pay per council. That's what y'all wanted to do. And then that department requested to use the remainder on their clerk staff, or I'm not sure if that's the proper title, but that's what I'm gonna say. And we did that as part of this budget. So that's taken care of. So this is separate. This is specific to just the judges.
And how many judges do we have?
4.
4.
Yes, ma'am.
There is history there because a current magistrate used to be the chief magistrate?
Correct. I don't know if y'all remember those discussions, but
Yeah, the chief justice
Rotated.
them out, and the
So they,
former chief magistrate had been a magistrate for a long time, so he'd gotten.
and when the Judge Beatty, the Supreme Court, when he was moving around, when Creticia got in her spot, he stopped it. So she landed there
Right.
because of the rotation.
So yeah, the request is basically for 2 judges to be, 2 of the 4 to be increased salary to help bring a bit more parity to the one who was a former chief.
correct. So due to their years of service, because technically the chief magistrate has the least amount of time there, but that's not thing that we control in terms of what the chief justice did. So now we have this very large gap between them, and it's created a quality issue for them.
Thank you.
I want to thank y'all for letting me come before you. Not really requesting anything additional this year. I'm going to take this year, as you all know, I'm new to this office as far as being the judge. So I'm just taking this year to review how things are being handled in the court. I want to improve our processes as far as technology goes, making the court more accessible to the public, offering more online services. So I'm just going to take this time to review how things are handled and what we can improve. You will see that as far as our caseload, we've had an increase of 30% in our estate cases from 2018 through 21, 44% for the conservatorship cases. Emergency detention orders has an increase of 19% from last year, from 2020 to 2021. I only did that year because the previous software didn't track those. It was all included together for involuntary commitment. So that number is just our detention orders, not somebody that goes to the ER voluntarily and then becomes emergency committed. That number has actually decreased. And then our marriage applications has increased by 17% from 2018 to 2021. Some of the goals that I have, I've been meeting with Catawba Mental Health. I've met with the York County probate judge to talk about judicial commitments. That, once we get that started, it won't eliminate, but should decrease drastically our emergency detention orders. And you may not all be aware, but that decrease will affect the sheriff's office. It could decrease the amount of overdoses that the coroner sees, which could also decrease calls the EMS has. So that is my goal, to get that judicial commitment process started. And I'm hoping in the next month or two we will have that started. So that's it. The only change is a decrease in our operating budget, and that is due to, we had a overlap of, when we switched case management software, we had an overlap of our maintenance service agreement. So we don't have that overlap anymore, so that's going to decrease.
Have you been able to fill your vacancy that was created when you came up to the judge?
I have not. I'm trying to review what I want to fill it as. I did talk to Lisa this week about thinking about getting started to post that job, but I'm still up in the air a little bit about what I want that person to do.
Well, I'm glad that you are going to assess everything first before you really make any recommendations, and I think that's a good thing.
Okay.
So your previous job is still in this budget?
It is.
Okay, so
Yes.
you can hire somebody right off of that.
Yes.
Is there a backlog, or are we current on probate?
There is a backlog. We are working on that. We've started reviewing. I have one clerk, case manager, that she spends 1 or 2 days a week reviewing some of our old cases, sending letters out, trying to get them closed out. So we are working on that, but it's going to be a long process. But as far as getting new estates open, there is no backlog. Somebody submits the paperwork, we get the person appointed within a week if we have everything we need.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Mine's going to be short and sweet. Number of employees, 1. The biggest thing that I'm going to be after is the part-time assistant manager moved up to full-time, basically on account of the hours and the pay. And I'd like to have that as number 1 target of all the things I've asked for. supplemental power for the aircraft is a more or less a future thing. I've got several things on my desk now studying which, so like a big battery charger for airplanes, which one that will fit into our operation the best. Then we'll move down to replacing the zero-turn mower. It's worn out. Then I'm asking for another line item in my budget for miscellaneous at $30,000 in case we have any more issues with our underground storage tanks, which are antiquated. Most everything now is above ground. And that puppy is $1 million. There's about a year or year and a half wait time for the new 12,000 gallon tanks if you have to order it. And that'll largely depend on what DHEC lets us get by with. And that sort of sums it up, unless you have any questions.
Paul, and do highlight your ground power unit is a revenue generating opportunity, right? That GPU?
Yes. It's, it'd be anywhere, I'm just guessing, from the figures I have now, 60 to 90,000. But I don't want to commit to anything until I'm sure that's what we need, and don't want to get something too big, and I don't want to get something too small for the future.
Just, you know, when we were on the study for the new terminal, I think we need to know the importance of the above-ground fuel farm and how old it is, and the fact that if we're going to move in that direction, we really need a new one. So I really think we ought to look seriously at that.
I think DHEC answered that for us because
Yeah.
all these in-ground tanks now, they are really frowning on. And
Yes, sir.
I don't think we really have a choice. It might not be now, but whenever. It's got to be done at some point.
So that's why I want to take the steps now to get it on the plate. And then if DHEC does come back or something else happens, we got the money to already accounted for in trying to get that thing done.
Because if we have a leak, it would cost us a whole lot of money to dig all that dirt up, and it gets polluted.
Yes, sir.
And I'm assuming that $1 million includes the removal of those tanks
we're not sure on that, where they're going to make us remove them totally. I guess Jeff could answer that better than me. I've heard both ways. You had to remove them out of the ground, or if you didn't, you had to flush them out and fill them full of sand or something.
Yeah, that's an expensive process.
Yes.
Oh, you haven't been lucky enough to hire a part-timer yet, have you?
No, sir. That's why I asked for the part-time thing be moved to a full-time employee, and so we can have better chances of getting somebody qualified in there.
And your golf cart, your sixth passenger, have you heard anything about it lately?
I think it's still out there in the ocean somewhere, sir.
But it's coming, Paul.
Yeah. And I won't say who it is, but there's a lady on the council that owes me a gold nameplate for it.
It's going to happen. But Dennis, I do want to also say the importance of that full-time airport manager, because Paul is it. And, you know, we need somebody else out there other than, that can take up when Paul has other things to do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
As y'all all aware, we just finished our first full year at the new building. That's a lot of adjusting by us. That's good? Yeah. With the addition of our vet, we went through a lot of changes this year, and I'm asking for a little bit more on our medical side because we're not taking as many animals to the vet, but vaccines are going up, medicine's going up, and by not taking dogs to the vet, plus our vet says get this, and get this, and treat it. So we are buying a little bit more antibiotics, a little bit different kind of medicines, and medicines is going up. And I think you know, as of now, we're a little bit behind on our medical side, so I just know that's gonna have to be pushed up a little bit to kind of offset what we're doing. I did ask for a food trailer because our number one source of getting food now is going to Pageland, our Walmart distribution center. We used to have you know, our Walmart over here donated a little bit, and we kind of got by. We've been fortunate for the last, I know, 10, 12 years that we hadn't had to buy a lot of food. But, you know, we feed 7 days a week, and getting this food from Pageland is really kind of offsets a lot of our food bill. We just need a safe way to transport it. Right now, we got a single axle trailer, and it's just not big enough. It's dangerous, and I'm going, you know, once a week, and I just need a safe way to load it and get it back, and that's kind of what I'm asking for. So, y'all got any questions? I'll be glad to answer them. We good?
Alan, week or so ago, I got some pictures sent to me about some of the most cruel things I think I've ever seen done to animals, where they were starving them to death. And I asked the magistrate's office, how many cases do they have on this sort of thing? I was surprised to know that they have a lot of those cases where they're being brought up to the magistrate's court and fined for doing things like this. Is this something that goes on every day out there, where you get animals that are absolutely, for my mind won't let me think about how cruel that is, that some of these animals come in with their neck tore out, with a chunk out of their leg or their back or whatever. That's got to be fighting. Got to be fighting these animals maybe, but when you get one where you can count the ribs on that animal's body, to me that's absolutely terrible. Do you ever contact the magistrate or the sheriff's office to tell them about what you got in and who brought it in?
Well, most of that's coming in through animal control. That's our big issue, and you know, we kind of, by being a shelter, we separate now, so we're not really enforcement. So, you know, I know my girls is, you know, I guess they own that. I mean, but you know, us, we run the shelter, and when they come in like that, we fix them. Yeah. So that's always going to be. It always has been. I mean, you're always going to see something like that. That it's just, with as many dogs we get now that's running loose, I mean, if some of it might not be people fighting dogs. If she's in, you know, in heat, and they 4 or 5 boy dogs running around her, it's gonna happen. I mean, it's just gonna be one of them things. And it don't take much for a dog to get a torn neck, or, you know, if they get bit, you know, it's gonna get infected easy. And the thing about it is, though, I can tell you, that's where we're spending a lot of, you know, antibiotics and stuff like that. We can fix them to a point, and it's just, I don't know that we're ever going to stop getting, you know, bad looking dogs. We're just not. I mean, because there's a lot of pit and pit mixes in Lancaster County, and that's kind of bred in their genes, kind of how they are. I mean, if you go and look what we got now, that's what you're going to see. So it's going to happen. I don't know that when we talk about animal cruelty or maltreatment or stuff, you know, from the shelter standpoint, from my standpoint, I'm kind of overstepping my bounds there. I mean, I should leave that to, you know, the control enforcement side, because if they bring them, we're gonna fix them. And you know, some of them can't, you know, some of them can't be fixed, some of them can't be adopted. Some just mean. And that's, I mean, we got mean people, we're gonna have mean dogs, and that's always gonna be. Our youth rate's probably the lowest it's ever been, and probably is gonna be. I don't see how we can improve on it, because we always gonna have bad dogs, we're gonna have injured dogs, we're gonna have hurt dogs, and we at to the point now where we getting, you know, you get 90% of everything that comes in or out. That's about as good as.
And we got cruel people who treats these animals
Yes, you got,
Like
we
there's
get some
nothing.
people come in there, they want a surrender dog, we tell them, you know, we can't get this dog out of here, it's gonna be put down.
Thank
They
you
might
for what
have
you
this
do,
dog
Paul.
5 days, years, and they just let it go.
All right, we appreciate it. Lead operations.
Good afternoon. Not really asking, operational wise, our budget's going to, I've asked for a little bit. Our biggest increase this year is capital. Because there are a lot of people ask for vehicle replacements. And I didn't cut anything out this year. If somebody submitted a request to replace a vehicle, I included it in the budget request. And the numbers for our vehicle replacements there, that covers coroner's office, IT, building department, and rec department. I think rec department, 4 vehicles, half of that capital budget request is for rec department vehicles. So the way it'll break down will be however much money is actually allotted. I've ordered how I would replace the vehicles and sent that to finance also, so there is a order of which vehicles will get replaced. I will try to replace everybody that asked for a vehicle to be replaced to the point the budget allows. So we need a new tire machine. We have a Bosch machine now. Bosch no longer supports automotive tire machines, so we can't get parts for it. So when it broke the other month, it took me 2 weeks to find a piece, and luckily I found it, but we're going to get to where it's going to break, and we're not going to be able to get it. So we're looking at a Hunter tire machine that'll match our Hunter tire balancer. That company's been around since the 40s. So I'm pretty certain if we buy this one, they'll be there to support it. And then I want to go back to a GPS system for motor pool vehicles. Motor pool vehicles belong under 210, but the building department, all the vehicles in the county building parking lot are listed as motor pool vehicles, but some of them are signed out through Donna. Donna, she signs them out, so nobody's assigned to those vehicles. So I want to put GPS on them, then I can track the mileage, when they get used, where they at. If they're sitting too much, if we can move them to another spot to be utilized better, because we've got vehicles, but they don't do no good if they're sitting. So one way we do it is by tracking. Right now we track it by fuel. It's not the best way to do it, but that's the only way I have to do it right now. I track fuel transactions, and that tells us if a vehicle's being utilized or not. We got some departments that have vehicles, good shape, a lot of miles, but there's nothing wrong with them, that I sometimes move to the motor pool, and I'll pull a motor pool vehicle out and give it to that department to use. So we put miles on that vehicle, so it's just not a wasted asset that we have. So that's basically our budget request in a nutshell this year. So, but I am losing one technician. He gave me a notice as I was walking out the door to come up here.
So this vehicle replacement, is that included in other budgets? I'm getting a little confused by that.
Right, we have a couple of ways that we fund fleet and vehicles throughout our budget, and so this is a point. I'll have Kim come up, and I actually want you to stick around, Brandon, because we'll talk a little bit more about full vehicle replacement at the end of the presentations, but Kim can give us the 101 on how we do the fleet fleet funding.
So in terms of vehicle replacement, the departments that have separate allocations are mostly public safety. So Sheriff's Office has their own, Fire has their own, and EMS, of course, has for ambulances. I know Public Works has heavy equipment replacement as well that's separate from this. This is more specifically motor pool vehicles, vehicles in this facility, maybe those assigned to the courthouse, more administrative department vehicles. And I know the coroner, you're probably confused because Carla mentioned hers. She requested them through Brandon. She put them on her slides, but he's got hers included in his number. That's what he's trying to cover here.
But Kim, clarify that the sheriff's annual replacement, fire, and EMS come through the special source revenue, which is a percentage of the property taxes.
It is, we have that separate millage that's for capital improvement. So that's where all this equipment replacement is coming from, yes.
And then this pot of money is
Is part of that.
$463,000 is general fund property tax in his budget, where he will do the replacement for coroner, Parks and Rec, not coroner.
No, so this is also included in that capital
Is it?
fund.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it is part of that.
So that any vehicle replacement that we do, we try to do through that capital fund. If it's a new vehicle, we'll try to fund it, or not try, we typically fund it through general fund. So we've been using the capital fund more for replacement equipment, not for new, if that makes sense.
Thank
We'll
you.
talk some more about that at the end of the presentations. Daniel, come on up.
Good afternoon, how y'all?
Good.
As you can see, we've got 8 employees full-time now. We have one that still has kind of split part-time. He's not technically under us as far as building maintenance. It's one of the guys that's a part-time with Rec that started helping us back during the COVID stuff, and he's still helping out some. So, but as far as part-time employees, we still have none. In which you can see we leave personnel, and then operating stuff is all staying the same. This year we're not really asking for anything as right now, because there's going to be a lot of changes upcoming, I feel sure, with just more buildings being added and things like that. So.
Would you, the sheriff has requested a maintenance person for the detention center. Would you expand on that a little? Would that I know there's probably a lot of plumbing issues and everything else over there.
Well, I didn't know that he was actually requesting in his this year. Me and him have talked for years and years about maintenance tech for out there. And as far as this year, though, I hadn't spoke with him about it recently, but then I found out he was putting it in there, which I'm grateful that he did, because which you can see, I mean, I could go back and pull the data, but our data is hard to track with our ticket system is, which we're like everybody else, we're piggybacked off the IT. You know, the way I have to pull my percentage is by our tickets, what we would receive in, what it is. Then I have to go in and actually figure out how many we have, how many phone calls has been made, how many emails was sent, how many times we went to a facility, and while we did one job that had a ticket, we ended up doing 10 jobs. I would say about 6 out of 10 times it's going to be the jail. Is our nights and weekends on call stuff is almost 80, I'd say at least 80%, 80 to 85% is all detention center related. If there was somebody there that we could designate full-time to, or even, you know, if they could spend more time out there, we don't have the staff to do it now, to get a more preventive maintenance on what we have now, then in the future, it would definitely help, you know, because most time the things that we get called in 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, it probably could have been caught that day before, you know, but it's just because, you know,
62 facilities. I'm usually in about 40, at least 40 of our buildings a week doing something. The jail, we're out there at least usually about every day. I mean, some weeks we have our good weeks, which I call the good weeks, is we might go once, and then that weekend we'll get caught up with on-call stuff. So it just all depends. Running a 24/7 facility, they about need somebody to be able to do more preventive maintenance. And I noticed that he had put in for the doors and things like that. A lot of that kind of stuff is our cause. One of our biggest issues, heating and air, of course, but, you know, luckily we're getting all that took care of now. So, you know, as far as that goes, moving forward, we should be, the detention center, what we have for right now, you know, it should push us out a couple more years as to the positive. But with that being said, it almost needs a full-time maintenance person out there. I mean, that's.
You know, I can't see with that jail being that big, one maintenance person. I'm thinking in my mind, one person. I mean, I guess we can assess that when it happens, but that's almost unbelievable to think one person's going to take care of that big building.
It's a big undertaking. You have to know the building inside and out, upside down, and usually a lot of times, even when my guys get called out, most time when they get called out, they're calling me to find out, just cause, you know, I just got the years in I can tell them where they need to go to check something, cause they can be a light out in one particular cell, and it light will come from the 911 part. I mean, that's how bad off it is. So one could do it as far as the preventive maintenance, and I mean, actually being out there and helping out the stuff like the sheriff needs with, you know, the painting and things like that. You know, that might help offset some of his stuff. I don't know exactly his full scale, what he's wanting to do with that, but that jail almost needs a minimum 2, probably full-time, just to help with the offset back and forth. So.
And down the road, we're going to really need to think ahead. But
the first couple of years, everything's going to be a new building, that it shouldn't be as much maintenance on it.
Yeah. Now when it comes to the new facility, that, you know, I've talked to the sheriff about it years ago when that was first in the making, and he asked me my opinion about as far as how many I thought it would need for maintenance compared to what we have, and I said you can't compare it to that because we're running on the cell doors that we have out there now. There's only 2 that is left in the United States. One's in a museum, the other one is ours. And there's only one company in the United States that will work on them, and they're fixing to go out of business supposedly in the next probably 5 years is what we was told. Once they go out of business,
You're going to have to keep that thing lubed real good for a while.
Okay, all right, we appreciate it, Daniel.
You're welcome.
oh my God,
We got roads, CTC, and solid waste. I think you can handle both of those, or are you gonna handle roads?
Jeff handled both of them.
We'll handle them both. All right, good afternoon. Roads and Bridges, again, 20 part-time employees, 20 full-time employees, 2 part-time employees, but Roads and Bridges in 202, we absorb the grounds crew. So those part-time employees, we don't have part-time employees in road maintenance per se. Those 2 part-timers are on our grounds crew, seasonal, cutting grass, landscaping of county facilities, that type of need. And that's the positions we've gained in the last 4 years, and we've gone up in our road miles in the county, and most of that's due to the road. We actually closed the road system, but in doing that, we took those in 2 steps. We took some of the legacy roads by a certain time frame, and then we took the roads that had preliminary plat, were constructed to the new standards we had written a few years back, and now we're daylighting those, so the road miles should stay relatively the same for the foreseeable future, unless we decide to take more. And again, with just, most of that comes with the operation is the maintenance. We're not really, personnel, we would like to request one seasonal grounds crew worker to bring that total to 3 to help with the grass cutting and landscaping. But most of this is contractual, and due to that, staff gets overwhelmed with, particularly, the roads we've accepted in the last few years. Some of that stuff is too much for us to handle, so we have to contract that out. And that is why we request the increase on that. Historically, it's been about $75,000 a year. One cul-de-sac goes bad or one storm drain failure can run us in between $40,000 and $50,000 a pop. So ask for an increase in that, as well as some full depth asphalt patching, because we do not have a paving crew. In contemplating years to future, we probably will be requesting one sooner rather than later, but if that were ever requested and or accepted, that's a lot of huge one-time costs, the equipment, the additional staff, things of that nature. So we felt, maybe an increase in the contractual can kind of offset the need for requesting, more personnel and a paving machine this year. And the rest just comes kind of like out of the fund we were talking about earlier, the capital equipment, it's dump truck, and then the backhoe and grapple loader aren't really knee-jerk reactions from the ice storm, but we do operate one in solid waste, and that one stays pretty busy full-time. The other one we have is really almost beyond repair, so it needs to be done away with. Thoughts of having a second one would really help, particularly in the area of brush pickup. That's what's, like I said, with that ice storm, not having a rubber tire backhoe or something like that when you're out loading 40-yard cans with track hose or mini X's, kind of made us think a little bit about that. I mean, it could be everyday use, particularly the backhoe. We really had to think with that because a few years back we changed over to the mini excavators. And for the majority of the work on the county roads, I think that's the way to go. But, there are times when I feel like, staff would need a rubber tire machine, particularly if it's a storm or you got a lot of brush to pick up. You can pick up better with the front bucket on that. So that's kind of the request for roads and bridges. Moving on to solid waste. Okay. All right, solid waste. Again, full-time, 15 employees, which includes now the Keep Lancaster County Beautiful Coordinator, relatively new position. We're excited about the cleanups and the effect it's having. And then 24 part-time positions, which is mostly your site attendants. Again, solid waste is something, everyone's up here talking to you all about growth. Solid waste has also been affected by growth. Solid waste will continue to be affected by growth. A lot of that too. This is a county that does not have a landfill and does not operate a transfer station. So all of that, we work on that. That's all outsourced. We haul to the city transfer station, who in turn hauls all the waste, which has gone up in tonnage. So with all that being said, we have started the solid waste assessment. So we have very pleased to report on that. We just hadn't been long got started on it. So they're doing everything from assessing the condition of our convenience sites to looking into some of this data on the tonnage and the recycling. Of course, as we all know, recycling's taken a big hit over the last few years, simply because it costs more to recycle now than it does to basically dispose of it. So that's a challenge we're looking forward to, and like I said, we're just getting started with that assessment, so we look forward to reporting a lot of data to you all and Mr. Marstall as this fiscal year goes on. And in that one, the request would just be, the personnel is going to be just in the overtime, and that's based on the trend data for the actual pickup. And the reason for that mainly is these sites, we all know they need to be open on Saturday. Well, to be open on Saturday, you have to clean them out from Friday. So it's pretty much mandatory Saturday work to clean out the sites. And that's where the overtime comes in. And it's just, just costing more. We're working a little bit longer, pulling a little bit more, working more hours. So we're just asking for a little increase in that personnel line item, and basically that's just to offset the overtime. As far as the operating, you know, like I said, with the growth also comes the debris that we accept at Public Works, storm debris, yard debris, this, that, and the other. We have to get rid of that to stay under our cubic yard limit on our DHEC permit that's permitted for out there. So we've been, you know, over that historically, and we would having to grind more, basically. And again, instead of budgeting to try and do that in-house, buy a tub grinder, again, more staff, that's better to sub out, but again, that's costly. And we're grinding 4 or 5 times a year out there, and our McGill site, which the towns of Kershaw and Heath Springs, that's where they dispose of their yard debris. So we have that site as well. We need to grind them about 1 or 2 more times a year just to keep that debris in and out of there like it should be. And so we're asking for an increase there, as well as we've done some increases on some of the busier sites. But we do need to improve the other sites as well. I mean, that's a complaint we all hear, is the condition these convenience sites are in. So we ask for some paving, building improvement upgrades, fencing, new gates up front. At least 10,000 of it to our new site in Indian Land was not fenced in the back, and we've had a recent round of, this is bad to say, but thefts at the convenience site. They come, get in the dumpsters and get metal, and, you know, would go in the building and get things. We've had numerous of them. Sheriff Department has really helped out with setting up some cameras, and we've actually made 2 arrests, 2 different people stealing trash from the trash site. So but we feel like fencing that back part in to where they can't come down that easement and have easy access to our convenience site up there would help out. And then the others would be some of the capital fund again. Again, that's replacing some of the refuse cans. We try to replace 3 a year, so we've asked for 3 more there. And then replacing another roll-off truck, you know, to keep that in line. Hopefully soon we'll have all 6 drivers in new or within 4 or 5 year old roll-off trucks. And that's pretty much it for solid waste.
Well, I'm surprised about the thefts at the Indian Land site.
Yes, there have been multiple.
Because, I mean, scrap metal's not that valuable unless it's copper.
It's just been going through, like I said, and it was very frustrating. Like I said, Sheriff, they've arrested 2 different people, and far as we know, they don't know each other. So I don't know what's so appealing about walking in there and rumbling through the dumpsters, but folks like to do it, I guess.
It decreases the tonnage, does it not?
Yeah,
What's the problem?
I think that's what one of them said when the deputy was questioning him. He said, "Well, it's trash, isn't it?" So,
Yeah.
I didn't touch base and don't have a slide for CTC, but you know we all have discussions about that. Their budget will be whatever they come in. They'll put out. They've had some good success, especially doing the partnership with DOT. So they're projected to. I think their projection will be what they project to come in is what they'll encumber and spend in the fiscal year.
And CTC should get some extra funds from the state this year.
Yes, that's correct. And then they meet at the end of the month, and they're going to discuss that pretty heavily.
All right.
All right.
I brought up the tonnage at a meeting or 2 ago. Was there ever an answer on that, Dennis?
We're doing a study right now. We have a consultant doing the tonnage study right now. And so Mr. Cato will have that results answer by
3 or 4 weeks.
Okay. Because, yeah, part of it, you want to know the increase in tonnage, right, over year?
Well, I mean, the numbers have been reported. And so, Jeff, what happened was we had high tonnage here, probably COVID year down, and then it just jumped tremendously. And I asked the question, you know, why the big jump? And then the other part was, you know, early on when my career here as a councilman, tonnage was a problem. We got with the waste haulers and, you know, came up with that system where they would not, or they would be accountable for their North Carolina trash they brought into our state. And I just didn't know if we're not doing that anymore, or.
Yes, we're still doing that. Like you said, the COVID, you actually on the COVID on the some of the tonnage went down, but like on the banned items, like your mattresses, stuff like that, we saw a big jump during 2020 in that tonnage, where some of the others leveled off. But it's mostly the growth, and yes, we do watch the transfer station keeps that for us, but a big company like Active or whatever, we did a thing a few months back, or actually a year or two back, where we were checking on that just to make sure, because some of our subdivisions go into North Carolina, just to make sure those routes were taken care of, and it looks like most of them are, but like I said, if that kind of changes sometimes with the HOAs, they might get a new vendor in that neighborhood, so we follow back up with them as well as our folks at the transfer station. Keep a check on their logbooks just to make sure, everything they're bringing us is coming from Lancaster County.
Well, so a little more specific maybe to my concern was, so we had a big concern when I first got on, and we argued and wrestled with it, and those guys called all of us council members, and some of us met with some of them. And so as it went up, are we concerned about that, or have we come up with some cost mitigation going on that we don't worry about it as much, or
worry about the tonnage coming from somewhere?
Going up and us
Yeah,
paying for
as we looked into that, it actually dug into the private haulers. We really found that really wasn't really a concern, but we found if we stopped paying for the private haulers, some of the smaller, I guess easier to say, more local vendors we have, a couple of them, it would just about cripple their business if we just, cut it all out. So, that's one of the things, but we'll continue to check into that if that's a concern. And that's something that we'll include in the study.
It might be growing in cost to us, because that was what the problem was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, and we all thought that originally, but as we looked into it, Councilman, it doesn't really look like that's the case, but that is something, like I said, that's why we're doing the study. We want to be able to follow this more efficiently as well.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Is this better? Okay. Well, this morning I didn't have a voice at all, so I brought water in case I lose it again. We have 3 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee. Between 2019 to 2022, when I pulled the reports, we had grew by 3,237 new veterans that we had put, between veterans and their dependents, that we had put into our system. So we are growing. And some of the things that I've requested on here, you can see from the growth. Currently, we have a receptionist and an admin assistant. We need to make that admin assistant a benefits counselor. What's happening now is she's actually doing a benefits counselor job. She's actually been nationally accredited, and she's doing healthcare, nursing home, tax exemption packets. So she's really not playing an admin assistant job. She's actually doing a benefits counselor's job. We're just not paying her for that. But we do have to have that. One of the counties that's closest to us in the state of South Carolina actually has 5 benefits counselors. We have none. So our deputy, she has actually been doing the benefits counselor job and the deputy job, but I've had to, because of the growth, move that responsibility to the admin assistant because of growth, because we can't do it all. And that's the biggest thing that I really am asking for in my budget, is to change that classification from the actual admin assistant to the benefits counselor. And of course, the other stuff is just bringing the full-time employees up to where they should be in their salaries. The only other thing is, of course, our Veterans Day Parade insurance did go up, so that's $150. Any questions?
Robin, you've not had a pay raise in 16 years.
I have, so I think I got a raise whenever I took the director's position, and then I got a raise whenever they did the last classification, but that's it.
You do get cost of living.
Yeah, we do. We get cost of living raises. You're right. Yes, sir. Yeah, we get cost of living raises is what we do. Yes, but no merit raises whatsoever. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think it's sort of astounding that when you look at how many veterans we have in the county, that's 1/9 of the county population.
Right. Yes, sir.
Veterans and their family members.
That's right, because a lot of people don't understand we don't just take care of veterans. Once a veteran passes away, we take care of their dependents as well, so their spouses. If you look at it, and the reports we get from Washington only shows veterans, so it says maybe we have about 7,500 veterans, but you can go ahead and tack on another 4,000 to 5,000 the dependents that we have to, after they are deceased, that we have to take care of as well. So there's benefits after the veteran passes away that their dependents are entitled to. So we do those as well, which is survivor benefits or education benefits for their children. So we try to be a one-stop shop here in the county.
Robin, as a veteran, I appreciate what you do
Thank
for
you.
the veterans of this county and other counties. I know they come here from other counties for your help, and I appreciate that.
And those numbers don't affect. I mean, we didn't put that in there, so we've got about probably another 1,700 or so that's not from our county.
Well,
Some are not from our
set the
state.
bar mighty high for other Veterans Affairs offices around the state, and now you've been recognized for that, and you do a wonderful job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Anything else? Okay. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity to come and speak to you about our beautiful libraries that we have in this county. Any opportunity I get to talk about the library, I really appreciate it, so thank you so much. This year, we're not asking for any additional funds. I came into the fiscal year kind of part way as director. I anticipate, though, that in the future years, we will probably be asking for increases in our budget. Right now, we have 13 full-time employees and 10 part-time. So you can see the numbers there for our current budget. Our growth impact numbers, though, are what I want to highlight, and they are exceptional. You can see we have 49% new patrons. Those are new library cards that we have registered. 37.2 more people are using our digital services, and 17.9 increase in items circulated. What makes these numbers stellar is that these numbers we attained even during renovations, which were supposed to be staggered, but we did them all together, and during COVID when we were closed to the public. So these direct services that we supply, our resources, all of the programs that we run, even during being closed, even during renovations, we still had amazing growth impact numbers. So we're really proud of that. So probably in the next fiscal year, I will be requesting more funds in light of the new population that we are serving. More people are receiving our services. We have more partnerships with organizations and groups. We are reaching more people. Just an example, we worked with the South Carolina State Program in our library. Over 700 people were able to get help with their bills where they were behind from COVID-related incidences. So the library is making a great impact in this county, and thank you for your support. Does anybody have any questions for me?
In April, did you highlight you have free notary service? Is that right?
We have free, I was going to give you a handout, but I was strongly discouraged from handouts today. So you also didn't get a free pen today, but maybe next time I'll bring that for you. But yes, we do have a lot, and I need to send that out. We have a lot of services that people do not know that we offer. We have free notary services at the library. That was important to us because some people don't have a bank account. And so that gets used every single day. We have people come in, and we have just a lot of services that we're offering such a vital and important part to the community as far as community service, and even we affect economic development. So, thank you.
Mr. Gilbert.
Afternoon. Yeah. Which one?
There you go.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Good afternoon. Hope y'all are doing well. I bring before you a budget for fiscal year 2023 that is approximately $13,000 less than last year's budget. Some of that has to do, we haven't even factored in that we're going to be going from 3 positions to 2. We are going to be losing the marketing position. That's going to be folded in with some things going on the administrative side, so the marketing will be picked up by that office to help support us. We also have increased and have advertised for a director of business development and existing industry, and we have some candidates that we are at the process of taking a look at for that. As you know, economic development has been very successful here for the last 6 years since you created this department. I think we probably bring tremendous value to this county by the generation of new jobs and investments that have come in. And if you look at the size of our office as well as our budget, it is smaller than a lot of other economic development organizations across the state. So you're getting a good return on that investment. We are starting to see some business activity again on the office side for this year, so that's positive. And the industrial market is very strong. And so we're working on infrastructure and spec buildings. And again, the project activity that we have in front of us is at I wouldn't say a record level, but it's very strong right now. So be happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, Jamie, we appreciate the jobs that have come all over this county, north, south, and the Lancaster area. But as you state right here, I think we all have a major concern of our lack of product and what can be done to increase those industrial properties. And what you have done, put together out here in the air rail park, getting the road expanded and getting that site graded is real big for us, and hopefully you can get something worked out on a spec building because we have no product.
We do not have the product. The good news is some of the things you've done in the past to assist with product, like the graded lot that's the Lancaster Business Park. Had a meeting with one of our developers that has done considerable work in the county that has an interest in that site for a spec building. So we're seeing that activity pick up, and that will be of help. There isn't anything right now that we would ask to be put into the budget to help on the site work, but you know that during the year, as money's become available and we have needs, we may be coming back and asking for some appropriations to help us in certain areas.
Hi.
Jamie, briefly, just what are 2 things that council can do to help you, since we find ourselves, we got a good economic development director and no product. So what are just top 2 things off the top of your head that we can do to help you?
Assistance with infrastructure. There are tremendous infrastructure demands we have right now for water and sewer down in the Highway 9 corridor. That's a big one. You look at some counties, I'll give you an example. Florence County has appropriated 2 years ago $22 million to purchase sites and put infrastructure in the ground on I-95 and on 20. That's a big commitment. They were suffering from the same thing that we are, lack of product. So they have gone and done that. Other communities across the state are doing the same thing. So I would say infrastructure would be one. That's the 9 corridor. The other is this project we've been talking about, which is a need in the Indian Land area to find additional industrial properties. We found one that we think will work, but just like what I mentioned a minute ago, infrastructure is the key. So supporting some rezoning that would be needed to accommodate additional industrial properties in Indian Land, and then looking at a way to address the infrastructure that might be needed to support that. Those would be the 2 things that I would say council could help with.
And then just one follow-up question. You said Florence has appropriated $22 million.
Where'd that money come from?
They went out and they bonded it.
That makes sense.
There might be a little, I don't know if they do their own water and sewer. It might be a different.
I think they
setup.
do, so that's the difference, is they're able to do that and we're
It'll
not.
have to be a different setup. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Great, thank you all.
Elections.
So we have 4 full-time employees, up from 2 in 2020, and we have roughly, really about 500 part-time employees between the poll workers and the people that help move the equipment and deliver the equipment. So that's our employee status. As far as growth impact, the biggest thing that we're dealing with is the increase in the absentee voting numbers. That, I think that in one of the primaries that York County had a 63% increase, we have like a 61% increase. And of course, y'all know the way that it was in 2020 when we actually had almost 20,000 people that actually voted absentee. I realize we're probably not going to have maybe another year quite like 2020, but if they add the early voting, which is on schedule right now, then that's going to be the thing that impacts us the most, because with the population growth that we've had, and people just don't want to wait until election day. So that's what we're going to be dealing with. And a part of that is that we have to have more equipment, and we're running out of room in the basement for where we can store that equipment. We currently have our carts that we don't have anything to do with. Our signs are on a trailer out at Public Works, and so we're dealing with that, and that's just the increases in the numbers. But the biggest thing that we're going to be dealing with this year is if they pass the early voting, and they have 2 weeks of Monday through Saturday early voting, which would be 8:30 to 6, and that would be mandatory, and we're going to have 2 additional satellite locations, which we have never had before. So we're going to have machines that would, for those, and we would have to have staff for those locations. And so that's the biggest request that I'm asking for. I think, I appreciate that. I think our voter registration office is funded really pretty well, so we're allowed to, we have the resources that we need with a lot of things, so I feel like that we're fortunate. But if they pass the early voting, then I've got early voting staff. We figured that we would have to have at least 10 workers per location. We're going to have the additional machines, because we're required to have the 1 machine per 250 voters, and so we're going to have the additional machines. You can't take those machines between Saturday and Monday and turn them around, and really they don't recommend that, because if anything come up as far as with anything that would come up, you want your machines intact, especially if there was a protest. And so there's just going to be costs for those satellite locations. I feel like the state will absorb, if it, we're figuring that it cost us probably about $200,000, a little over that those early voting locations would cost. They may, they may reimburse $40,000, but it's going to be low. But that's going to be the biggest thing that we're dealing with, and that's pretty much what I'm asking for, is that that they'll have early voting sites, and there'll be costs associated with those sites.
When will you know, Marianne, about the early voting?
So, it passed the House, it's in the Senate, and, it'd be whenever they decide to take that up. It could be, it could be next week, it could be early April. State Election Commission is trying to send some surveys, try to figure out, additional equipment and things that we would need, so, and so that they can just, they're trying to figure it out too. We're just waiting.
So with the early voting, they're trying to determine how many days of early voting, or?
So it would be Monday through Saturday, 8:30 to 6 for the 2 weeks prior to the election. That's passed in the House. They've decided on, those 2 early voting weeks. But that's going to cause overtime. Staff members, my staff members would have to be paid for those Saturdays. If you had people that the 8:30 to 6 is going to be 8.5 hours if you give them an hour for lunch. So what we would like to do is find enough that you didn't have overtime, but,
So they don't call it absentee voting, they
They're
call
gonna
it
call-
early voting?
because the absentee voting is they're not going to do the 2 weeks of absentee voting. If you're going to do absentee voting, you'd have to get a paper ballot. They're going to move it to just the 2 weeks of early voting. And, right.
Is it gonna be hard since it's gonna statewide, it's gonna be hard to get those machines on order and with the supply chain like it is? Probably.
I think that, that'll be the question.
State elections
I
will have
mean,
to-
I guess the one advantage that we have is that with ES&S, it's a big company, and so, I'm sure that they're anticipating that that's gonna happen. And, but I feel like that, I'm kind of, I don't know. We've never done an early voting location. Most places hadn't. So what it cost or how it would be, there could be security issues involved. But I feel like that when they actually, like Charlene says, when we know what's going to happen, it's going to be easier to plan for it. But it seems like that it's on course to pass because it's not a partisan bill, and both parties agree that we need early voting.
It would be really good if they had put in there that they were going to implement it in the next election cycle, because I don't think you're going to be able to get your voting machines. Hopefully, they've ordered those chips last year.
It's gonna be a mess.
And if they didn't have the voting machines, then we would just have to take what we have, and which would take away on election day, but we would have to do it because the sites are gonna be mandated, so there's not gonna be a lot we can do about it.
Lancaster will have to have 3 sites, I think I was told by Brandon Newton.
With
We're
the
doing-
office counting as one place,
Yeah,
right?
for the early voting.
Handling one.
And then they'll have to be manned on Saturdays.
From
too.
8:30 to 6. So what we thought was we'd have one in the Indian Land area and one in the He Springs Kershaw area. Thank goodness we have the He Springs Senior Citizen Center, and hoping that we'll be able to find a location that would be in Indian Land so that doesn't become part of the cost as far as having to have a place.
A question.
All right, go ahead.
The machines that you use for the early voting, that early voting will be closed the day before the election, is that correct?
It would close on Saturday, but the Public Works meets us at 6 o'clock on Monday mornings, and we have all of that stuff loaded, ready to send out so that we can get delivered to the precincts on, so that the poll workers can come in and get all of that set up. But you couldn't use the same ones anyway because you just can't take them and take out what you've been doing and start over, but when election's not complete.
Okay, so the machines you use at early voting will have to be just set aside.
They'll just come in, that's right, they'll be stored.
You won't be able to use them on election. You're gonna be short of some machines at some precincts. You're gonna take one here and one yonder.
If we can't purchase additional machines, that's exactly right. If you took 30 machines out of circulation, and the DS200s the scanners would be the problem because we don't have extra scanners. So, and you gotta have at least enough scanners. You could do without the ballot marking devices, but it's just gonna make your lines longer.
Wow.
Thanks.
That's gonna be, oh, wow.
Bad this time.
Well, Mary Ann, you got your work cut out.
This time won't be that bad. It won't be a midterm, so there won't be as many people voting this time, hopefully.
And will you be able to find enough workers, poll workers and all the other requirements, positions that you need?
I think it's gonna be a challenge. I think it'll be a challenge. That's why when talking about the poll workers, if you can find enough that you wouldn't have to pay overtime at least for the poll workers, but if you can get somebody that's gonna work Monday through Saturday, well, then you may just have to, you know, you just have to get people. I think it's gonna be a challenge. It is.
All right. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Y'all wanna stand up and stretch and do calisthenics, I'll work with you here. There, never mind.
You're not giving out candy?
I'm sorry, what now?
You're not giving out candy?
You know, if I had it, I'd
The
give it.
rest of them did.
If I can buy you with some candy, I'll be at your house tonight. But I don't think that's the way it works, and that's the way it should work. Anyway, good afternoon. My request is focused, I'm looking for another stormwater inspector. We started in 2018, we have 20 large projects going. We have a rolling average in the 60s. Right now we have 68 large projects going, and I think when Darren talks behind me, you'll kind of get the big picture of what the growth is really is. But we have our inspection staff has been at 2.5 since 2018, and what I would like to do is bring on another inspector and pull Terrence. Terrence is the half position, and he needs to be in the office because there's some what's called minimum control measures that the state mandates, which we frankly are not getting done like we need to do. We have focused on construction site runoff because we can do the most good for the least amount of effort with construction site runoff, and that is a big job. But there's other things that we're really, illicit discharges, we really don't have that set up. Post-construction site runoff, like with HOAs and their ponds and all that sort of stuff, there's programs that we need to have in place and we just don't. And I think we could get by with it, but as we're maturing, we're gonna need to implement it. So that's that. I don't know if you know this or not, but I'll let the cat out of the bag. DEC is going to expand our service area. I don't know how much. And they've, since the new census came out, yes ma'am? South.
North.
South. Yeah.
Taking Mecklenburg County.
South to East Springs.
I know they would love to get rid of several large projects in the south.
I was hoping you were saying east or west.
South. It can go south and east and west once it comes south. But nonetheless, if that occurs, we basically have 6 minimum control measures that we're responsible for. That will jump to 13 minimum control measures that we're responsible for. So understand that one inspector is really for the Indian land. And, 90% of all the projects are in Indian land. If that occurs, I may want to talk to Kim about a budget amendment at some point in the future, but I can't predict the future. So anyway, I'm putting that out there. Our numbers look out of whack, and I know that. There's $900,000 in capital, which makes almost $1 million in a jump. So half, $500,000 is for the Henry Harris Road culvert upsizing, which I talked to this group about several months ago. And the differential that they gave me was like, let's say $430,000. I rounded it up to 5, and I've asked them probably about 5 times, give me an updated number. I'm going to council. Our budget, I'm in the middle of budget cycle. So I'm hoping that we'll have enough that we can cover that. But I did want to let you know that number may be flexible. And if you haven't bid anything out lately, and you contractors understand the cost of construction more than anybody else. So I don't know. Hopefully we'll have enough we can absorb that. I think we still have some leftovers monies from previous years, but I don't know. We'll worry about that when we get there. Yeah, I don't want to take on new work. Anyway, which slide are we looking at? So that's what we're asking for. So we're really asking for an additional $900,000, which seems crazy, but that's where we are. But a lot of it is if somebody could do the next slide. Okay.
My only concern on here is I know our lease is running out.
Yes, sir.
I think I voted against it to start with.
Okay.
Because it was like $26 or $27 a square foot plus a maintenance cost of like $5 or $6. And Now, I imagine we're looking at $35 to $40 a square foot for leasing space.
Well, I backed it out, and we're in 1,900 square feet now, and we're actually paying, by the time you put in all the extras, we're paying $32 a square foot annually for that space.
That's what I said.
But we have another one on the hook that Dennis has not approved, but I'm trying to negotiate it's like a $25 a square foot space, but it's about double the space, like 50% more space. So if our services include or expand, we're gonna need more space. So at this point, I've put in a couple $100,000 as a placeholder, $160,000 as a placeholder for upfit, and $40,000 annually as a placeholder for increased rent. So our rent currently is running like $5,700 a month. Our rent, if we get a bigger space that we're trying to get to, is $8,500 a month. So,
Scott,
yes, ma'am.
if you're moving south, will you need space in the south?
Some of that's a political question, not an engineering question, as I've responded before. 90% of our work is in the north. So the place that I'm looking at is a little bit towards the south, but it's not, it's still in the Indian Land area.
But it's more south.
It's a little more south. It's a little more south. But I can't predict the future. If I could, I wouldn't be standing here.
Let me ask you one more question before you move on. What's causing the possibilities of moving south with stormwater?
Yeah, there's 6 control measures that DHEC and EPA use, and actually, I can email it on the web. There's something called frequently asked questions on the web, and the six things are: is it a growing area or is it expected to grow? Are the waters currently impacted by pollutants? So there's that sort of thing. So we are growing, and it is expected to grow. So we kind of meet those. Most of the waters, all the waters in the Panhandle are impacted. They're either on what's called a 303D list, which is a list of impaired waters by DHEC, or something called TMDL, which is total maximum daily loads that's set by DHEC and EPA. And the Catawba River is impacted from nutrients. So, and really, you could say the whole western half of the county is impacted because it all flows to the Catawba. But I'm not DHEC, I can't make that call. There's 6 criteria that they look at, and not Indian Land, but the Panhandle met all 6 very well in 2017 when we looked at that.
I can understand why Chairman Harper doesn't have heartburn with one of these things on there, but when I see $500,000 for a bridge expanding, and that money is going to be paid by the Panhandle residents only, and not the rest of the county.
Well, I will tell you that stormwater utilities all over the country use stormwater utility funds to pay for infrastructure improvements. And folks in the south aren't generally driving on Henry Harris Road. It's folks
No, but the folks in the south have approved all these developments that caused the problem in the first place. And I can tell you, if the storm, there will be tremendous resistance if the stormwater fee has to go up.
Well, that's a political decision, not an engineering decision. I know a man's got to know his limits.
I'm just letting that be known right now.
Well, at this point, that's being
Trying
used
to
from
set the
excess
table
funds.
here.
Yeah, I upset the table.
I know we've been here 5 hours. Any more questions for Scott?
Scott, how much do you
Yeah.
say you pay a month for a rental on that property?
Yes, sir.
How much?
It's by the time our base, let's say our base rent is like $4,700 or something like that. But every year they kind of increase our maintenance. So whatever maintenance they do to it. So I think we're like $5,600 a month. Judy Judy would know exactly. I don't know. I do sign off on the bills, but generally I sign what Judy gives me to sign on those.
$5,600 a month?
I think so. It's about $32 a square foot because I'm an engineer. I ran the numbers. What would it be? And I'm trying to get something on a less per square foot basis. And really, I shouldn't. I can't tell you in a public space, but get me on the side and without being recorded, and I'll talk to you about it.
Okay.
I just don't, we're in negotiations, kind of. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Y'all have a good evening.
You too. Building Department.
Good afternoon. As well, you know, I'm Darren, the building official. And to start, to give you some data related to the growth, which justifies the budget request. As you can see on the slide there, our building permit issuance has increased 42% over the past 5 years and 60% if you go back as far as 8 years. Building inspections have increased 9% over the past 3 years. To give you an idea of what that equates to, last fiscal year we did over 28,000 building inspections. That's with our staff of 8 inspectors. You can see the numbers there in the past 3 fiscal years, both permits issued and inspections completed. So growth continues right now in some stage of submittal. We have over 3,000 apartment units and a mix of assisted living facility units that's in the docket. I mean, they're expected to fully go through permitting and occur. Those have to be inspected. That is growing quite significantly. Approximately 10,000 buildable house lots kind of in the queue, ready for permits to be issued. Now, all that, I hope, would not transpire at one time, but it is in some stage now of submittal. Of those 3,000 apartment units that are kind of in the queue, 800 of those were just recently issued with permits, probably since December, 3 apartment complexes. The basis of the growth there, naturally, again, justifies the request. I am requesting some personnel and wage increases. It involves some reclassification of our clerks to what is really identified as permit technicians. We have 3 permit technicians. Their work duties are very detailed. They actually have to pass an exam, and it's related to the building codes, actually. So it's very technical. With the growth, their workload has increased, even through our electronic submittal program now. With that comes one pay compaction issue, a reclassification of a residential inspector is anticipated to a commercial inspector, a promotion there of a chief inspector to show some merit there that was never occurred. And then 2 key employees are included here, 2 very critical employees, wage increases, merit increases for them. And then lastly, what occurs annually and anticipated 7 building certifications that would be anticipated among our clerks and our building inspectors in the next fiscal year. Secondly, fee schedule updates. If you'll go to, I think, a 3rd page. Yes, this page, the request is to update our fee schedule. This is our basic fee schedule for simple electrical, mechanical, gas, and plumbing permits. These are walk-in permits. You get them at the counter. They don't involve any review. To my knowledge, these have not been changed since 1994. They're very low. You can see comparatively in the chart there with some other comparisons I made with other jurisdictions. The proposal is to increase those. Now those are staggered in ranges, as you can see in the fee schedule ordinance that is current. And the proposal is to increase those minimum fees, which in turn increase within the ranges. When I say ranges, $0 to 1,000, 1,000 to 5,000 and up, by about 40 to 50%. So the comparison I made was to take some average, typical walk-in simple permits and compare those. What would the new proposal be? And as you can see, for example, a gas pack change out would go from a $37 permit to a $55 permit. And then you can see that puts us comparatively to other jurisdictions as noted there. A third request is a new fee. It's a new fee introduction of a 5% proposal to R2 occupancies and I being institutional occupancies only. And this is to cover the anticipation and the current growth of both the apartment units under construction and assisted living facilities, which are quite comparable to apartment units. This is a heavy, heavy burden to the building inspection staff. To give you an example, Greenway Square, let's see if that's my example. We did 256 inspections on, I'm sorry, it was the Masons apartments. Those were recently completed. So those was 256 total inspections that was done by our staff. As you can see, that's kind of the average. So again, an inspector likely camps out there quite often. The request is to propose a 5% increase on those types of permits only, and in turn be able to supplement contractual services for some of those inspections. So it's a way of not having to find those funds, but at the same time putting maybe the request where the impact occurs. I can give you more statistics on that if you need. That is a trend that's occurring across the state to supplement things of that nature with third-party contractual services. These are third-party engineering companies that would perform some of those inspections. And when I say institutional, it does not include churches. Institutional, there's 4 categories of institutional occupancies. They would be from assisted living facilities, which is an I-1 in the building code, to your I-2s and I-3s. And I-3, for example, is a jail, and an I-4 would be a daycare. But this is mostly directed toward the heavy influx of assisted living facilities that's occurring right now. I do want to fall back and really urge the increase in the personnel wages for our permit staff, our permit clerks. What is requested is even a higher level of pay than the minimum that is potentially proposed to bring them where I think they should be. Their work is very detailed now, and with the numbers has certainly increased. I did want to really emphasize that. That's what I have. I'll take some questions.
I agree. All these personnel and inspectors, they're in high demand, not only by other municipalities or counties, but builders are, I think, constantly after them for superintendents. A lot of private opportunities?
They are. Over the
from
past
outside inspecting?
5 to 6 years, we've lost 5 inspectors. 4 of those 5 were to builders in the north area and/or other jurisdictions. So.
Well, Darren, I just would like to quickly say, I have in the past gotten a lot of complaints from the building department, and of course, a lot of it is just kind of a thing that you go, I don't hear a lot of specifics to back it up, so you take it for what it's worth, and recently, the few little comments I've had from people, for example, one said, well, they don't want to ever answer the phone. I said, okay, I'll call them for you. They answered the phone. I got the answer, called the person back and said, hey, I don't know what you're talking about. Because again, you know, I'm a county council member. I take pride in what you guys do and all our employees. So I appreciate, I think y'all are delivering a better service than you have in the last, I mean, I think it's just gotten better in the last 5 years.
Oh, I absolutely agree there. We've made great strides in that. And to give you one example, our highest call count one day, the highest I've ever known, was 133 phone calls in one day to the clerks, yeah. That's a tremendous number to try to tackle that with all your other duties.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who's last? Rox.
Rock, you got 2 minutes.
You were supposed to be
Got
finished.
30 seconds.
You were supposed to be finished an hour and 10 minutes ago.
Chairman, members of council, I want to just kick this off and say that I am deeply humbled when Dennis told me that council specifically requested the best for last. I was over the moon. I just want to tell you that. So thank you. My sincere appreciation for that honor. So this budget request, from my vantage point, seems fairly straightforward. The council in years past has been very generous in meeting the needs of the planning department by funding the comprehensive plan rewrite project and UDO rewrite projects in full. So we do not come to you requesting new studies or analysis or major initiatives such as that, as you have already funded those multi-year projects. So we have given you just some comparative growth data, but I think you've heard this from many other departments. We are a high activity department. We in terms of the types of projects we work on, it is not necessarily a linear trend, if you will, where in a lot of departments it's up, and we need staff to meet this up growth. We are always operating at a high activity level, whether it's up or it's down, it's always a high activity level. And what we found is we're just not staffed appropriately in what we feel, and what we have found in our research is that we're not staffed appropriately to manage that level of growth and activity and do so at the high level which we think the community and this council expects. So this budget request is broken down into a couple key areas. One is just some minor reclassifications and salary adjustments. We have 3 vacancies that we need to fill in our department and intend to bring the staff in at the minimum. And when we do that, we're going to see some salary compression issues where existing staff, been here several years, are going to be very close to their new hires. And so there's some compression issues that we need to address. We also have a reclassification. We have a planning tech vacancy that we intend to recruit for, but we'd like to reclassify that to a full planner position, which does have a budgetary impact that should be approved through this process. We are proposing 2 new full-time positions. The first position is as a new code enforcement officer, and this is sort of, in my mind, kind of a placeholder position for this service, in that, as you may be aware, through Dennis's direction, we have gone out, the zoning office has gone out and inventoried code enforcement violations, mostly nuisance cases, whether it's
Put that mic up there where we can hear you.
I'm sorry.
Rod.
So the zoning office, with the support of Public Works and the GIS department, have gone out and inventoried nuisance violations in our community. That could be a trashy yard, a dilapidated vehicle, a dilapidated house. And that initiative is wrapping up. And what we're finding is that's going to generate a tremendous amount of work if we proactively go out and resolve those violation cases. And we're upwards of around 500 cases, and those will be large time and money intensive cases to resolve. And so we have budgeted for a new code enforcement officer position that potentially could work towards those cases. But given the volume of work that we have and perhaps other community needs that are very similar, the county may want to be thinking about forming more of a community development type department or service area. And that's just something that needs to occur through a dialogue and probably a refinement of the budget process. So the Planning and Zoning Department has just sort of initiated this conversation and this discussion by putting in a code enforcement officer position. That'd be a third officer for that initiative. There's also other discussions that perhaps maybe we just fulfill it as a part-time position and split it with the auditor's office, and whereas they want to track down out-of-state or newly relocated out-of-state residents or folks that have come from out-of-state and haven't switched their tags over in a timely manner. And so, again, more discussion, I think, is needed for that before we have a refined budget request, but we do want to placehold it in this. The other piece to our request is for a new assistant director position. It's a role that is traditional in a department and community of this size. We need depth within the Planning and Zoning Department, and this individual would help with taking on larger projects, starting new initiatives, providing staff support, and just help us again provide depth in that in the department in the services that we provide. We're also proposing summer interns, which we generally do every year, and had to take a pause on it with the COVID and not bringing new staff in, temporary staff at that time. For contract services, we have two kind of initiatives with that. One relates to traffic analysis. As you may know, we have when traffic studies are submitted to the county, we have a rotating list of consulting traffic engineers that do a technical review of that and act as the county's resource in understanding those very technical studies. We use, I think we have 3, possibly 4 consultants that we use, and we just do a kind of a round robin. We're rethinking that, and actually, with this budget request, thinking of eliminating this kind of round robin concept and going out to bid for one contractor and have that contractor becoming intimately familiar with with Lancaster County, the traffic needs and demands, and help provide a kind of a higher level of service, and also use these individuals to help us with driveway and encroachment permit requests and things of that nature. And so with that, we're anticipating a budgetary impact that's traditionally been budgeted around $50,000, and we're proposing to take that to a $100,000 budgetary amount. So the idea is this is a placeholder to stave off having to hire a transportation engineer to fulfill this service, which would be actually at a much higher budgetary amount. The other piece to this is increasing our demo and nuisance abatement account. Currently, we have a long-standing budget of around $80,000 for that. A lot of those funds have historically been used to do lawn maintenance for our CDBG homes in the Brooklyn area that we had an obligation when we tore the houses down to cut the grass, in essence, to a certain minimum standard. Again, recognizing the inventory of nuisance cases that we're soon to become more familiar with, we're going to need more resources to get proactive on abating those cases, because oftentimes the owners are not going to tear down a house voluntarily. If we rely on going through the magistrate's court process, that's a long, extended process. And so if the council's goal is to get abatement to clean up the county or in these specific areas, we're going to have to be very hands-on and invest financial resources to achieve those outcomes. The final budget request is a proposed grant match for a Carolina Thread Trail cross-state trail. This is, some of you may be familiar, there is a master plan trail in the Charlotte region that traverses both North Carolina and South Carolina. The alignment runs from Pineville, North Carolina, or comes through Pineville, North Carolina, runs through the Prestwick neighborhood in Lancaster County, and then goes into York County. And so this $35,000 would be kind of a set aside to hopefully seek out some grant funding for the design of that trail for our portion. And so it's a placeholder because we've been trying to communicate and get some more information from the Thread Trail organization on what that trail design might cost and some of their grant opportunities. We have a meeting next week with Mr. Dennis and myself, have a meeting with the Thread Trail, and hope to have a more refined budget estimate in the next week or two. So it's sort of a placeholder dollar amount. That is my Planning and Zoning Department's budget request, and I'll certainly take any questions.
I know you're real short on staff, and I don't see how y'all do what y'all do, especially in the planning department, and good. How many did you say you're short right now?
So we have three vacant positions presently. So we have one planner that we've been recruiting for 6 months and just have not been able to fill that position. We have the plan tech position that I mentioned earlier that we want to reclassify. It hasn't been recruited for, but we need to. And then we have a code enforcement officer position that is vacant and we're recruiting for as well.
Have we done some salary comparisons in local areas and thought about boosting the salaries?
So specifically for the planner position, I have a pretty good sense of what a starting planner makes in this region, and we're not. I don't think the issue is a salary. Trust me, that's the easiest thing to do is ask, hey, can I have some more money to, I think it's a very specialized position, and so it's very difficult to recruit, and it's a position that a lot of communities want, and so I just don't think in my heart of hearts that it's a salary issue. I think it's just a tough market type issue at present. So we've been aggressive. We were recruiting in probably 6 to 8 different states through our associations, and we're gonna keep pounding, as they say.
This traffic analysis, it sounds like you put this in following the comments I made at the last council meeting about understanding the TIA and the traffic. The traffic is the #1 issue in the Panhandle, and I'm assuming that this person will help us understand that. And the comment I made about who hired the TIA person was the developer hired them. This person will be hired by the county and therefore is more likely to have the county interest at heart rather than the developer.
That's correct. And so we continue, the county traffic engineer, the contract traffic engineer, that reviews the TIAs, they work for us. I mean, even though the developer pays their fee, they still work for us. But it's a round robin. So they know they're familiar with our community, but they're not intimate. I wouldn't say they're intimately familiar. I mean, one is located in Columbia, one is located in Charlotte, one's located in Rock Hill. And so what we're trying to do is, again, bridge, kind of a placeholder, if you will, for not hiring an in-house traffic engineer, which would be a challenging recruit as well. But if we can get one contractor or one consultant to work exclusively on our traffic and review of those traffic studies, as well as help us in other areas where we could use that kind of expertise, we think we'll get ultimately higher quality outcomes from that. We also floated the idea to SCDOT during a group meeting we had recently, and they actually agreed that they thought that the round robin, it makes sense maybe when you're not growing as much, but in a community like ours, we should at the very least have one consultant supporting us to develop that intimacy and familiarity with our community.
Thank you. Is everybody all right continuing on that? Because I know everybody's ready to go home.
I do want to we do have a capital improvement program. I do want to talk about fleet and just do some wrap up. So if you can give us a little bit more time, we want to run through the capital next.
Yeah, let's do that.
Kim, you got 1 minute.
And I only got 1 megabyte left in my brain.
Well, we can always continue the discussion at our next budget workshop, but I did just kind of want to go ahead and do a check-in on, we passed the capital improvement plan as part of that, it went hand in hand with impact fee, but we did update it beyond the impact fee as well. So I did want to kind of check in with where we are this year, what we had planned for next year versus what maybe got requested for next year, and then just kind of highlight some major things in the budget for next year that would be high dollar. So we did have, you just heard all these submissions. 43 of those could be categorized as capital. They can be vehicles, equipment, building construction renovations, facility upgrades, some infrastructure projects, etc. The total of that was almost $18 million. I did remove from that total the sheriff's evidence facility because we are looking at that through ARPA, so I'm trying not to meddle the two together. So really quickly, running down this list, so a goal when we passed the new CIP was we were going to look at it annually, and we were going to update it more frequently than what we did in the past. So I'm going to just run down each one of these projects that we had planned for the current year, which is that first two columns, and then for next year, which is the latter two. So the coroner's office space, we've allocated money for that through ARPA. It was more than what we had planned in the CIP. I believe at the time we did the CIP, we were looking at maybe some other facility options, and that changed to an expansion project. The ambulances that are included, they were part of the budget this year, and they're in that capital fund that we referenced earlier. They are being requested again next year, and they are being requested at a higher number just because of pricing increases for the equipment as well as the vehicles themselves. The aerial apparatus replacement was planned for in the coming fiscal year, but we actually took care of that. I think we issued those bonds in late fall, I want to say. So that came in under what was initially estimated as the number. I think council maybe made some adjustments with that list that was originally submitted for the CIP. The IT hardware improvements, they were budgeted this year at the $220,000. Scott has requested them, as you heard earlier, again in next fiscal year. He did present information on that, trying to get us on that 5-year cycle as part of his ARPA request. This would be separate from that. Oh, I'm sorry. The roads preservation is tied in with that road fee. So that's been, while it's in the budget this year, and we're planning for it still next year, that's in limbo for the time being. If I will say this, that amount, if it gets all clear that we can use it, the amount we have collected this year for that, we'll have to reserve it and carry it forward to next year. So it is possible that Jeff's budget would increase much larger than the amount that he actually requested, because that is a committed revenue source. Road paving that's listed there is just wrapping up the capital project sales tax 2 projects. There is a higher number there listed that was budgeted than what we had planned. That was largely due to carry forwards from next fiscal year. I do not have anything in there related to the proviso yet, because I know that's still in discussions, but that's potentially going to happen for next fiscal year. The bush hog replacements, we did budget actually more than what was requested on that one, because Jeff actually prioritized that higher than that track excavator that's listed down there at the bottom. He was able to upfit one that we currently had, so he got a new one and upfitted a current one in lieu of getting that track excavator. Motor grader replacement was budgeted, and I believe the order's been placed, but we do not have that in yet. Moving down to for next fiscal year, the tandem dump truck replacements, they have been requested as part of Jeff's budget request. In solid waste, recycling center upgrades, those were planned for the current fiscal year. We did press pause on that while that solid waste study is being completed, just to see what the recommendations of those are going to be. I went ahead and put in that $160,000 for next fiscal year's request that Jeff went through about the fencing and maybe doing some concrete pads, some paving at some of the sites, just because technically those would be upgrades, but obviously not large-scale upgrades like what it was accounted for in this plan. The refuse trucks, we budgeted, although at a higher amount just because of price increase for, those are requested, next fiscal year. Parks and Recreation, the regional park, we had proposed we would issue potentially the hospitality tax bond on that in 22-23. I will say with that, when the CIP was done, we hadn't gotten the updated potential number for that bond, so that's why it's at $6 million. I know into the summertime we heard a much larger figure, but it's not incorporated in the CIP, so that would, depending on the timeline of that project, that would need to be something that we potentially update. The security systems and the gym floors, Recreation did not request for either of those projects, and when I asked them about that, they just said that they were prioritizing the other needs that they have for the new facilities coming online above those. They said that they were okay to wait a little longer on those. Doesn't mean in a future year they won't come back and ask for them. The parking lot at Springdale, council graciously voted Monday night to approve ARPA funding for that one. So they did request it in the budget, but I didn't update the slide, but we'll move it so that it's budgeted in this current fiscal year with ARPA money. And then, of course, we have the 3 bond projects listed on there for the current year. I won't go through those because I know council's pretty aware of what those are. The stream gauging stations at Stormwater were proposed in the CIP for next year. Stormwater has prioritized some other capital needs above those, so they did not request them. The console replacement for 911 was completed in this budget, and it was under what we had planned. The detention center, I'm pretty aware of some discussions of the cost estimate of that. I didn't include a number there because I know that that's not finalized. So not that it's not planned or budgeted or anything like that, it's just at this time didn't want to put something out there that we weren't sure about. The in-car cameras and body-worn cameras, the sheriff's office actually will be taking care of the body-worn portion of that. I didn't get a number from them on that to include on this slide, but that's part of that ARPA allocation and technology that we gave them. When I asked them about the in-car cameras, they said that they were comfortable with where they are with the in-car cameras right now, so that's why they didn't submit any requests with that. And then the armored vehicle, which was planned for next fiscal year, they actually took care of with some grant funding in the current fiscal year. So this slide just shows the totals planned for each bucket, if you will, the CIP versus the budget or the requests. In addition, I just wanted to point out the $79.7 million for the proposed CIP. It's way different than the budget. That's largely just because the detention center makes up the biggest portion. If you take that out, we actually had planned $32 million, so we did a little bit more for our CIP than what we had planned. For next fiscal year, again, that number is a little skewed because I don't have anything in for the potential for a hospitality tax bond if we decide to pull the trigger on that in the next fiscal year. I would like to note that the planned revenue sources that were in the CIP are below. And I wanted to say as part of that table, you may be asking about impact fee, any projects for impact fee revenues planned. We actually don't have the first one in our CIP until the year after next. So we'll see how the funds come in for that, if that needs to be adjusted or not. Any questions on that very quick run through of those projects?
No, you did good.
Thank you. Okay, so major capital requests. I just wanted to highlight kind of in buckets some stuff because, again, I know you guys just heard a lot of really specific information. Our capital improvement fund, which, again, has its own millage It's largely where the vehicle replacement comes out of that I mentioned earlier. We have $4.4 million in requests for that. One of those requests is the, I think $2.2 million for the sheriff vehicle replacement. I do have a handout for council because the comment was made the other night about vehicle replacements, and I just want y'all to know what vehicles we have replaced. So this has since 2016, as well as some information on what's been in the budget since it's been included in the capital replacement fund since fiscal year 2010. So I'm going to hand this out really quick.
I do want to take this time to talk about fleet here a little bit. From the numbers that Kim has and Brandon's here, the question was raised or identified about our county vehicle replacement policy. And it's been thrown out that we're not following our policy, and that was highlighted by the sheriff, but it's also consistent across all departments. So the policy back even to 2015, it says county vehicle replacement will be considered utilizing the following schedule, which outlines sedans, minivans, station wagons, basically some mileage, 100,000, and then some different minimum age and maximum age. So we have a whole chart of different things, but it says vehicles will normally be retained for the minimum mileage or years indicated below. They will not be held past the maximum age criteria unless justified and the vehicle is deemed to be safe by the County of Lancaster Vehicle Maintenance Supervisor. However, the deciding factor shall be the vehicle's overall condition and the needs of the county. And replacement vehicles will be obtained in compliance with the Lancaster County procurement policy. So you all know, we have 8 vehicles within our fleet, not sheriff, that are over 200,000 miles. Our highest mileage vehicle right now is 254,187 miles. It's a 2008 Ford Ranger. And so I just want to put this in context that yes, it sounds like we have a rigid policy, but we don't, based upon the evaluation of our fleet manager. So let me assure you, from the sheriff to Parks and Rec, Public Works, our employees are not being left on the side of the road because the vehicle's breaking down. Brandon's here, he can verify that. So we may have several sheriff's vehicles, Parks and Rec vehicles, Public Works vehicles that are above their mileage preference or above their age, but some of this doesn't take into account where Brandon's informed me we replace some engines, 3 engines a year. So there's a whole bunch of different factors that go into how we replace and how we look at our vehicle replace out. But specifically, as you all know, we've been doing a very good job with fire service and replacing our fire vehicles, EMS. But even at the sheriff, if you look at this information, the sheriff has gotten 10 new vehicles in 16, 6, got 19 in 2018, 15 and 19 and 21. We did 13 new vehicles for the sheriff's department. So I want to make sure we're very clear that we do have a pretty good replacement program going here. And so I don't want to be confused that yes, we do have a county policy and a preference for how long and how we swap out our vehicles, but again, it's very subject based upon the condition and use. And so we're very good within our county that we will take the patrol vehicles first, and when they reach an age or mileage, we'll pass them down to investigators or other sheriff staff, and then even some of those may end up at Parks and Recreation staff. So we're doing a very good job of maximizing all of our vehicles across the organization. And so when we heard today that the sheriff says he needs 43 vehicles to get up to speed, so to speak, that, yes, is based upon this criteria where we say we don't keep a vehicle over 100,000 miles or we don't keep them more than 8 years. Again, we look at each car individually, but again, no one's being left on the side of the road, no one's been breaking down, so we do have opportunities to stretch these out some, whether it is sheriff's office or whether it's Parks and Rec, Public Works, Economic Development, our building inspectors. So we do a pretty good job through our fleet management about how we maintain our fleet. And so I do agree that we need to do some vehicle replacements, and as you saw in the request, even Stormwater's requesting some vehicles. You've seen some different vehicles from fire in addition. So those will be certainly factored in. But I do see, I said the last time we did 13 new sheriff's vehicles, there will be a significant amount. But when we look at right now, we're doing vehicle replacements out of that special revenue. The sheriff's, half the sheriff's request would eat all that up. And there'd be no requests or room for any others if we just use that fund. So yes, I can see coming to you and maybe using some ARPA funds to maybe go from 13 vehicles, maybe to 20 vehicles. But again, we're looking now, I've got a memo from the sheriff, and I don't know if you've all gotten this or not, but he's outlined which vehicle specifically and what the mileage is and what's the year on it and things. And so evaluating that with fleet and with other folks to make sure we'll be okay to get by on some of these. But yes, we need to have a plan in place like we've done for fire and EMS. But be clear, we've been doing a pretty good clip of replacing vehicles across the organization.
I don't believe anybody said we hadn't been doing a good job. If we have a priority on these cars or vehicles, do we put more of a priority on a truck or wreck that's hauling a lawnmower, or do we put a priority on a sheriff's deputy that's out there chasing an outlaw? I mean, we got to take a look at that. We can't just say we got a truck out here, a wreck's doing a good job, sheriff's doing a good job. There ought to be a priority. I'd much rather see somebody in a good car come to my house if somebody's trying to break in than come driving up a pickup truck.
I agree, but what I'm saying is,
and I agree we've done a good job, but when the sheriff tells us that he's got 40 cars that are past the limit of what the state wants them to do about changing vehicles, we need to listen closely.
but our policy was adopted, and with the State Association of Counties as a guideline, but if our policy is 100,000, that was in 2015. If we should recycle out our vehicles at 100,000 miles, it's okay with today's vehicles and with the maintenance that we've been doing on them to go to 120,000.
State recommends 125,000.
So, but I'm saying our policy, and yeah, so that's why we're trying to match up what our policy guidelines have been, and then what the state and even the Association of Counties are identifying.
Did you get in a program of replacing motors? There's more to a vehicle than a motor, and he knows that. Brandon knows that better than anybody else. And I think that's the wrong way to go myself, but that's just my opinion.
Well, I mean, so I do need, I want to use these meetings to get feedback and input as I put this recommendation forward. I think it's impractical to do 43 vehicles.
I do too.
Okay.
I agree. I agree 100%.
Over a 2 or 3 year period.
Yeah.
And I think we're looking at,
Like you said, maybe additional 5 or 6 out of all.
I think we need 42
get
this
as
time.
close to the number that we need to, so we won't be so far behind. If it's according to the budget, if we can do 5, 6 a year, as long as we got a goal and we're trying to reach that goal to get even to a point where we will be replacing them as they are, as the policy outlines.
You might not get none with the current situation with chips and supply and demand. I don't know how long it would take to get these vehicles. You know, who knows?
I just want to make sure you saw the history, because I'm saying I can see at least doing another 13. I mean, this is right in par with what we've been doing, and then maybe bumping that up to 20. So I think that gets us.
I know we can't do all that we need in one year. That's, you know.
But I think too, though, if we're saying 100,000, I think that's low for any vehicle. So I do think we need to modify the policy, and I think that's what the administrator's asking for, some guidance.
Yeah,
And,
I think you need to look at that.
And then the other part is, you know, I've got that 01 Toyota truck that Mr. Mosteller maintains for me that's got 440,000 miles. Same engine, same transmission. I drive it to California back right now if I had to.
You won't make it.
I will too.
If
And I
you ever,
gotta-
if you ever drove it chasing a crook, somebody just stole, or somebody just tried to kill somebody, I mean, I don't think so.
I got a
I got a Buick, got 155,000 on it. But I wouldn't run out here and chase a crook with it.
I got a truck with 175,000 on it that Billy maintains that I would go chasing crooks with.
He maintains my
Brandon,
Buick.
do you want to make any comments? I see you up there.
Yeah, I've looked into just for the sheriff's fleet. Ford Motor Company offers a police vehicle lease. It's a 3-year lease. You tell them how much money you have to spend on vehicles. They'll tell you the number of vehicles you can lease. And where we buy 10, 15 cars a year, we could feasibly get 30 on a 3-year cycle. And that is a complete vehicle. When it's delivered from Ford, it's stripe, radio, cage, it's ready to go. But it's a 3-year lease, but it is a breakable lease. So if we did it for 3 years and the county said, we don't want to do this no more, then you're out. You don't have to continue that lease. But with the mileage, we're looking at 3,000 miles a month on average for a patrol deputy, 36,000 miles a year. 3 years is all you're going to get before you up against, if you set a hard number, 3 years. That's all we're going to get. You do a 3-year lease, you swap that vehicle every 3 years, and you get another set of vehicles already ready to go. There's no additional cost. It's delivered in usable form. I mean, I would not recommend a lease for the entire county fleet. It makes no sense. But with the mileage that department puts on, I really feel a lease would be an option that we could look at that may solve a problem. It may not, but I do believe it's worth looking into. I have talked with them in the past and forwarded that information to the sheriff, but it hasn't went any farther than that. But it is, Ford does offer that. I've talked with them several times. There is a way that we can get more vehicles on a cycle, but
I've always been one for purchasing stuff because I think the sheriff's concerned about the big concern is the ones that run up and down the road every day that are chasing the bad guys or whatever. But then we have a second level where they go over here to the court, and it don't matter if it's a 10-year-old Crown Vic as long as it's running good. And if we go to that program, I'm scared we're gonna do away with our second and third line vehicles.
What I will say too, though, we do have patrol cars that have 200,000 miles on them.
Yeah.
That was a big disagreement me and the sheriff had the other year about the amount of time we kept them in the shop. Well, when you got a vehicle with 200,000 miles, there's more maintenance that needs to be done to be sure when that vehicle leaves our place, that deputy's as safe as he possibly can be. Because we don't make enough money to cut corners and get somebody killed. Yeah. I'd rather take the time, spend the money. If it looks, especially in those cases, those vehicles, they may leave our shop and not ever go faster than 45 miles an hour. Or they may leave and be running 80 right out the gate. So we don't let them leave with any kind of safety deficiency. They're as safe as they can be every time they leave our shop. I mean, we don't cut no corners. I mean, tires, we probably change more tires than most tire shops in this county just at the sheriff's department because we don't do many repairs to the tires because our insurance company give me a 32-step process to repair a tire.
All right, well, where we stand now when Mr. Marstall gives us his budget, April the 28th.
And also, are we in agreement?
We will have his recommendations.
Are we in agreement with maybe let him update the
revision of the policy?
I think that it should be updated.
Doesn't have to go to 400,000, but at least add a few more on there.
Now, Alan, come on now. Go on to California in your truck.
And I also think, and I don't know if our policy can be designed to be more specific to the sheriff.
Mr. Honeycutt, you can leave.
Absolutely, that's a good idea, because the sheriff is different from the regular police.
Oh, yes.
All right, let's go on through, I think we're through with equipment, the fleet operations, detention center.
So real quick, we are looking at, obviously we have the detention center bond issuance that will be coming up. I'm not really sure if that will fall at the end of this fiscal year or into next fiscal year, so I've gone ahead and put it on there. Staff is also looking at potentially doing a bond issuance for the fleet operations facility to upgrade that. Moving down the list.
Let me make one comment on that. Our whole public works out there is not, it's third world. I mean, it's bad. But I think, the truth hurts sometimes. But I think the first stage is that we need a master plan. Is the complex gonna stay there? If it is, like where they moved in, where the EMS is at now, all this stuff is gonna be tore down, and we do it at phases. Does the shop go there? Or does it go where Jeff's old office? I know we had looked at moving it behind where it was at, but they were talking, a couple of years ago, $1.2 or $1.4 million of just, of grading.
Chairman, I'm supposed to be at church at 6 o'clock, so I've got time to run across town to go to church, and I'm gonna pray for everyone.
We need it.
We need it, yeah, amen.
You got an appointment for confession?
But, I'd like to see a plan, if we do move forward, of the whole complex. If it's gonna stay there, or, we're purchasing land back behind it, there's 30-something acres. Does the complex move back below, A.R. Rucker? I don't know.
I'm like Steve, we need to do a study of what our future's gonna be of Jeff's facilities versus shop, whatever.
Because we're stuck with that property out there, because the backside of it has got stuff buried. I feel sure that the county will never be able to sell it. But, do we stay there or move? And because we do, they're all need to be upgraded.
I've heard this conversation for at least as long as I've been on council, which is more than 4 years. 6 years.
One thing, we had our credit rating review. Do we have anything documented on that you could share with, because there were two things. One was our per capita income in the county, I think, and maybe how much indebtedness we had. Could y'all share that report? Because again, as we talk about 500,000 here, 106,000 there, and we're talking about possibly 5 million there bonding, I really don't want to throw our credit rating down the toilet in the process either. So if I could get that, I would appreciate it. I guess the other council members might want it too. Oh, Charlene doesn't want it. Now, out the rest of us, 6 of us.
What was the basis for the per capita income? I mean, we've moved up to like third in the state, and
They didn't register it that way. They still said there's concern for, so I don't know what data they were using from what year, but that was one of the facts. And we'll send it to you. We've got the executive summary.
Well, and it may be compared to national statistics instead of state statistics.
All right, do you want to say anything else about the general fund or stormwater?
I won't go through stormwater fund because I know y'all just heard Scott a few minutes ago. I did want to note, though, he mentioned funding source. He does have over $2 million in fund balance as of the end of last fiscal year. There is $400,000 of that in the current budget, but based on where they are right now, I don't think they're
I
gonna.
think I sense a reduction in the stormwater fee.
No, we don't.
Because you can give that money back to the people that paid it in.
Running through the rest of this general fund, I just want to go through really quickly that's just the number of requests, not necessarily recommendations. In terms of the renovation projects, that include, in the facility upgrades, that includes the field lighting that Recreation mentioned and the fencing, the convenience site upgrades that Jeff referenced during his presentation, those fuel farm above ground tanks for Paul, as well as renovations in this building. And then I do have an error on that slide that I thought I fixed, but I think the total for the airport terminal has gone up to $3.3 million based on my recent conversations with Ken Holt. I know council recently talked about potentially taking that out of fund balance, so I just wanted to show a brief summary of that. If we get that grant, we would obviously, if we haven't expended it yet, we wouldn't have to do that, or we could reimburse ourselves.
Mr. Blackman expressed some concerns about the roof sloping in, and they sent us an explanation. But he is correct that they might not give trouble for the next 15 years, but when you got roofs sloping down, at some point in the future, there's going to be a disaster. I'm telling you, there's going to be seepage. And it won't affect this council, but down the road, it could be catastrophic. I mean, anytime you're designing something that's not conventional, you're asking for trouble. I've saw it, and it's.
So the explanation, though.
So Kim, you changed the design for us, okay?
One of my other hats.
It's sloping in, and they've got a drainage area, and they got backup systems. But I'm telling you, when you get water going down, collecting, and you get ice on it, and when it starts melting, it's gonna seek the lowest point.
It's called flashing at that point.
Yeah, I mean, he's a professional.
I've said it twice publicly.
Alan does industrial roofs, or he has in the past, so, I mean. He's an expert. Alan do know. I mean, okay.
It's more of an aesthetical thing
Yeah.
than anything, so aesthetics can be changed, and we can put something.
It's an easy fix to this design.
I mean, there's other things that would look just as good, if not better. It does sort of look like some airplane wing stuff.
Yeah.
Really don't slurp up, you know, they actually go a little bit.
Good. I relayed that, and the response back was what I shared with council, right? So the bid process is starting, so we do need to have a quick conversation. It's going to be a change order to change that roof slope. But I had that conversation with Ken. I gave you all the reply back. You're still not comfortable with that answer or that design, so I'll go back to Ken, but they did have their bidders meeting just yesterday.
And they're moving fast.
Yes. So as we wrap this up, Kim, our engineer has.
Can I speak to the airport a second? The bids went out February 28th. They're due back March the 28th. And in order to, an addendum can go out 1 week before the bid opening. So the end of next Friday, so a week from Friday, an addendum from the engineering firm will have to go out. So basically, all of county's comments have to be in next Tuesday. So, but that's a whole different sidebar. So when we talk about a quick discussion, it needs to be a real quick discussion. So anything you.
I've been saying it for the last 2 times we've gotten together on this design, so.
Well, you stated it, but then when the engineer sent his remarks in.
I mean, we just got them.
We just got them.
Know
that your knowledge about it, and now we know that we need that. I didn't know. Now we need to know and get it to them that it needs to be changed. Design. That's all I'm saying.
Real quick.
Tell them you want a 40-year leak-proof roof warranty.
Yeah, if they outside a.
Well, hey, Billy,
they'll do
in
a full-
commercial roofs, there are warranties. You pay extra, you pay for them, and that should be in part of the bid package. If we're not doing that, we are very remiss in our responsibilities. You do get from your roofer and the roofing manufacturer, depending on what the millage of the low slope that you got. So, yeah, we do get one. We can get one 40 mil thick, and we can get a 40-year warranty on that thing. Now, if there's a design flaw, the manufacturer's gonna come back and say, "You idiots! You threw water straight against a wall, and it leaks right at that wall. Anybody should have known that you shouldn't have done that." So.
Anybody don't know unless you got the skills that you got. But I thought you was Department of Revenue smart.
Charlene, I am this smart.
All right. Hey, it's been a long day and we appreciate it.
Apparently, the whole schedule's been condensed. It's typically a 7 to 12-month design schedule. The design schedule was squeezed to 3 months. So the design's been condensed. The review is obviously condensed. It's typically 20 working days. We've had seven working days for county employees. So our review schedule is condensed as well. So if we don't, you can quote me, if we don't have lots of change orders, I'd be real surprised.
Just tell the building inspectors there that that kind of roof's not allowed in the county and we're good to go.
Now, since I'm up here, I forgot to mention, I have 3 key employees that I'd love to give a little raise to. It's included in there, and I forgot to mention it earlier. So I'll go sneak that.
Too bad, you missed your chance.
I'm still here. The meeting hasn't closed yet.
But we did this a long time ago.
Anything else, Kim?
I'll be back to you next month, presenting operating information. So we've done the personnel, we've done a little bit on capital. If y'all have any more feedback on capital, please let us know. And then we'll come back April 13th. It'll be another 1 o'clock. We'll get into the operating side of these requests that folks discussed before we go to the big presentation on April 28th.
All right, Mr. Bronson, you want to get into the,
Yep, I got 2 things for y'all, but to wrap this up, it's been helpful for me to meet with all the departments and hear their budget presentations with the finance team, and then hear it again today has been good. But as you all can see, when you take the personnel requests, the operating, the compensation, just take the sheriff's request alone. What we're looking at is a little bit of growth in revenues because of valuation increases and different things. So we're going to have a little growth. I need to start hearing from you all at some of these meetings as I put this together. What is the appetite for a tax increase? I know we've had a history of tax increases. We do have some reduction operating, but there's certainly more operating requests. I also need to get some feedback about your tolerance for fund balance. My preference is not to go into fund balance. I also don't have much preference for using bond money for short-term things such as vehicles. I'd rather use dedicated funds for that and not bond on temporary things. And so thinking about this balance and mix of our revenue, how to put this budget together. So these are the conversations I want to have today at these meetings and certainly in April. And then I'm going to have individual meetings with you all to kind of outline for me where you see some preferences are. But as I'm putting this budget together already, I'm looking at the compensation classification increase for that implementation. Then you do a few new personnel. That probably eats up all the existing growth revenue that there is. And so then when you think about the equipment and you think about some of the other things that are in there, if you think about doing the upgrades for the 911 equipment and things about how we fund that in different buckets, that's the challenge I'm working on, which is great. I love it. But I also want you to hear, as I'm thinking about this, I am thinking about, I'll call them human resources things, pay for performance. We don't have a standardized employee evaluation, annual evaluation process. We've not had one in this county. I would like to implement that, but I also would like to implement some type of pay incentive so you get a merit increase. And so I could see coming forward to you all with maybe a smaller COLA, cost of living adjustment, but also shaving off a pot of money for merit increases based upon performance. This is where I think some of the conversations I put this budget together will be important for the future. I will say I'm also going to go forward. I think I told you all before, we have this issue where we're paying for the mental health security at the hospital. That's now over $400,000 a year. We have no agreement, no arrangement. I'm going to send a letter this week to the hospital saying I'm looking to discontinue that. That will be revenue that we won't have to shell out if this all holds up and there's some agreement they show up that I don't know about. So that's one revenue gain. So we're looking at these different areas. But also as you talk or think about this, I do have a little money I see to put into the budget for a strategic plan, a consultant-led strategic plan going forward. I think that's important for us as we go forward, one for growth, but in general, again, moving from this post-mill era to a high-growth community, I think will be important to really kind of hone in on what is it the community wants as crystallized priorities going forward. So I need you to all think about that a little bit going forward. And then a lot of the requests you saw for personnel was some deputy directors, assistant directors. I'm kind of looking at that holistically. What type of second layer management do we have? We don't have that many deputy positions. We don't have that many assistant positions. And is that something that we really want to fund right now, or is it just department by department? So there's a lot of different things I'm looking at personnel-wise, trying to get an understanding for that going forward. But the last thing I wanted to give you is talking about, take one if you would, talking about the organizational chart. I told you about the IT staffing. The IT staffing we can do if we let go of the current contract of BC3. So it's kind of a wash, which is great. I want you also to hear, this is where I want to foreshadow on the second one, is kind of the structure I see for those are two different ones. The other ones.
I'm the only one that's got this.
You were not. They got it earlier.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The other one is how I see the administrator's office, kind of the organization shaken out, where I told several of you all, I think, before, where I do want to consolidate our marketing and communications function under the administrator's office. But you'll see, I envision that as a staff of 4 right now, but 3 of those are existing positions. As we talked about, Jamie said his marketing position's vacant. Utilize the marketing position from economic development to be a more centralized role to serve all county departments. The Parks and Recreation Department hired a communications specialist, but that was the understanding it would be into a larger role for the county. And then we have the PIO role in HR right now, move that into this position. So I'd look for one position to build out that team. I also see bringing the in-house counsel. There's some of our candidates from the assistant county administrator may be a candidate for in-house counsel, but I still see a paralegal being needed to support that, because right now, paralegal in the DeBose firm is who does most of our Freedom of Information Act requests. So we're paying $85 an hour for his assistant paralegal to do that. I think, again, the wash will play out there for our legal fees. There will certainly be a transition. When we do in-house counsel, there will still be a transition with the DeBose firm. So I don't want to say it's going to be an immediate wash. And then having in-house counsel, the assistant county administrator, my enhanced work, I can see another request maybe halfway through the year for an administrative assistant. So I want you all to say, just want to use these opportunities to let you know what I'm thinking about early on, so I can get some feedback from you as we go forward putting this budget together. That's kind of the structure. You all been great about giving me some encouragement to look at the organizational chart. That's some of the immediate things, IT, my office, but then looking more holistically about the entire structure. So I'm working on that now, and that may have some other information to come forward. So I'd certainly welcome just some of your personal thoughts about these things seem to be priorities, if it's vehicles for you, whatever it is. I want to use these because we have one more budget session in April, and then the budget presentation's April 28th. And so just want to make sure I am in sync where you all about fund balance use, appetite for tax increase, how you see some priorities going forward. So I'll welcome those individually and collectively. And then lastly, part of the administrative structure there is on your agenda tonight. There's a draft ordinance. Steve Willis had teed up for me before I came that there is some things that you all or the council's adopted and passed specific to code about different positions. And so the code that you all have adopted in the past specifically called out for a deputy county administrator. Since I'm looking to retitle that to an assistant county administrator, I want to update that and leave it as an open-ended. We also outline in there chief financial officer, clarifying who that reports to, changing the clarifying the in-house attorney structure, and that council can certainly hire their own external counsel as well as you want for whatever needs. So it's really just cleaning up some of the stipulated procurement directors in there, the planning zoning functions in there, and the fire marshals in there. And so really just want to clean up that code as we go forward and I look at the organizational structure. And so there's some suggested changes to condense it, but it's not, I'll bring it up for formal ordinance adoption, but I want you to have a heads up on that in your packet today.
One question for him on that, real quick. I was studying this ordinance thing, and that emergency management, which it was emergency preparedness coordinator, has been struck out. All the years I've been in emergency services, the emergency preparedness coordinator coordinated local fire departments, and I notice this is marked out here that that's not the case. Now, what's happening with this?
I got to work with Darren to make sure that a lot of these things need to be updated to some current structures. But that's why I wanted to see this is coming. It's not on your agenda for action yet. Darren and DeBose and I still have to talk through some of this some more. But yeah.
Emergency preparedness coordinator needs to be over everything as far as emergency fire and what he does.
Right.
That's my opinion. I mean, it's worked 45 years. I don't know why they're trying
I
to
thought
change
that one was actually more of a name change, emergency management versus emergency preparedness.
I just seen the "and" to coordinate local fire departments struck out. Got a line drawn through it.
Right, because we were condensing, because there's a lot of these you'll see on here, there's like a list of 10 functions for each one. We just kind of condense it to a paragraph. And so I'll go back through and make sure the intent is still there. Some of it is just the naming change on that. So I appreciate we'll have this on a future agenda. And impact fees, whether or not to do that study for impact fees, to bring back for a vote for council.
Yeah, we need to go on and make a decision one way or the other.
Yeah, so that'll come forward probably on your 28th agenda, whether or not you want to do an impact fee study for the rest of the county.
All right.
For your time.
It is now 6:14. I can read. Military time. Ms. McGriff, may I have a motion from you to adjourn this meeting? Thank you, Ms. McGriff.
You act so nicely.
Mr. Mosteller, may I have a second to adjourn?
Yeah, I reckon I'll say.
Thank you, Mr. Mosteller. We have a motion to adjourn. All in favor, raise your right hand. Opposed? We have 5 to 1. Mr. Blackman opposed adjourning this meeting. He was 4 hours and 50 minutes late. He wants to stay. This meeting is adjourned.
Hey, bud.
Turn that off.